Hey, Brian, we're can you mute your mic for a sec? We're live right now and we're getting a lot of feedback. Thank you.
Ryan or Bonnie?
Yes, Counselor?
Oh, good. Just checking to see if anyone could hear me.
Yes,
I
we can.
wasn't sure. We just used the Monday morning request to log in every day.
Yeah, yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We will start momentarily. We are live right now on the website as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 2020 budget extravaganza. Before we get started, I'd like to read our acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the land of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I'd like clerk to do roll call, please.
Thank you. Councillor Croson. Councillor Croson.
Belinda,
Okay. Councillor Morrow.
Yeah.
Councillor Parker.
Yeah.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Here.
Mayor Spearman.
Here.
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
Councillor Carlson.
okay.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
And Councillor Croson again.
I'm here.
Great. Thank you. All present.
Great, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So today we're going to start out with a discussion by the City Manager and Treasurer about what we're targeting in this process for the rest of this week. Now that we have some of our initial discussions out of the way yesterday and laid the groundwork for what we're going to do for the rest of this week, I invite the City Manager and Treasurer now to help us define our target.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Sherwell. I'll start and just remind Council of a slide that the City Treasurer presented yesterday and that we'll use to start today's discussion. And that's the target slide that should be up. And again, remind Council that the initial target to achieve and getting to zero for 2021 is accumulation of the effort to get to zero in 2020 and 2021. That's 3.64%, so that's a pressure of $5.7 million. You'll also see in that slide a list of pressures, and those are pressures, some of which resulted from unfinished business with Council that was still on the table, if you will, when this budget review started. And Council will be making decisions on these items today, hopefully. And they include, and you heard of these yesterday, dispatch, PSCC, the business license fee, and fee-for-service pressures. If you see the cumulative total there of just over $8 million, that's an estimate of what the target would be, making some assumptions, but not presuming that Council will make those decisions on the pressures. I'd like to highlight the next two lines down, the base adjustments and low. So again, administration has gone through each and every business unit and identified the expenditure reductions that we recommend to contribute to Council achieving the target, and have grouped those into base, low, medium, and high. And of course, there are also boards and commission work, which you heard of yesterday, as they went through the same exercise to find expenditure reductions to contribute to Council meeting its target. So just to highlight that between the base and low, which are indicated there, administration is recommending to Council that there are roughly $5 million of expenditure reductions there that Council could accept and support if they wish. And again, depending on what the target is after the decisions made on the pressures on this slide, again, dispatch, PSCC, business license renewal, and fee-for-service, we would arrive at an actual total target. But in this case, using the data on the slide, you would see that that would leave roughly $3 million for Council to look for amongst the medium, high, and boards and commissions. So that's the start state for today. And I'll ask the City Treasurer if she has anything to add.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, I'm just wondering if we want to walk through also the interactive spreadsheet that will be demonstrated or highlighted throughout the day
Yes, please.
throughout the week as decisions are made. So it's just switch the screen for the video, but should just be popping up in a minute here. But this is typical to the slide that we've used, or the interactive spreadsheet that we've used in the past. Ms. Jarrett is here to help us kind of work through this. And so as you can see, based on previously approved decisions, our starting point for 2021 is tax increase of 3.64%. And as Finance Committee works through the reduction initiatives, that number will decrease, and this information will be updated as we work through that. And then the starting point for 2022 is 1.82%. So as initiatives come on the table, either pressures or reduction initiatives, they'll show up on that under the heading of on the table, and we'll just reference the initiative page number and the title of the initiative and the amounts that are impacted in 2021 and 2022. And then as that initiative is debated, it would show up there. And then assuming that council supported that initiative, it would either be approved and moved up above under the approved heading line. Again, because it's already on the table, the number in the 2021 tax increase and 2022 tax increase won't be impacted any further once it's moved to the approved, assuming it's approved. If it's not approved, it would just be removed from the interactive spreadsheet, and then we would just move on to the next. So we could do this as a grouping. For example, all of the base adjustments could show up, or all of the lows, assuming that's what council agrees, or Finance Committee agrees to do as a group. And also, we're proposing, because there's some options that have an option 1 and an option 2, Ms. Jarrett is going to show the option, whichever option is on the table currently, and then below that little gray line that you can see on the screen there, we'll show the option 2, just so that council knows that those are, Finance Committee needs to kind of consider those one or the other. If one is approved, then the other one just would drop off or be withdrawn. So we just wanted to highlight those, and we should probably work through the option 1s and option 2s together, just to kind of help work through that information. If I think I'd just take any questions if there are any at the moment.
Does Finance Committee have any questions for the City Treasurer? Councillor Parker?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Dalton and Ms. Pixon. Can we just go to that first sheet we were talking about, the original one with kind of had the low,
targets.
the commissions? Yeah, the target ones, please.
Just need a minute for to
No
switch
problem.
screens.
Now, I understand the sheet. Can you just, so that 3.185, now the term beside it, medium-high boards and commissions, can you explain what that means exactly? Just that line right there, the medium-high boards and commissions, those terms.
So if you look at your binder, what administration has done is, based on service level impact, we've classified all of the reduction initiatives that were identified as either base adjustments, low, medium, or high, and then we've separately indicated where those reduction opportunities came from boards and commissions. So that number that you see at the bottom of that slide, which will be confirmed through the morning as council makes decisions on pressures to arrive at a final target, that number that you see at the bottom of that slide reflects the delta, reflects the pressure to be addressed if council accepts all the base and low.
Perfect, thank you. And then the two ones above it shows the work that your team and the corporation has done, that being the just around $3 million and just under $2 million. Those are the ones that you guys went back. That was after the resolution that Councillor Carlson brought forward, and that's kind of the end result. Am I correct? Yes,
all of the base, low, medium, high, and boards and commissions, all that work was done in response to Councillor Carlson's resolution. What we've done is we've broken out base and low because the recommendation from administration is those could probably be looked at as a complete package and considered by council as a complete package, given the what we assess to be the low impact on service outcomes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I just, going through this last night, I see that we've talked about a target of this 0% tax increase. And as I go through the different sections from the blue, the goldenrod, and the white, and that some, water utilities and others into other pressures or that will help us gain our targets, I'm just wondering, we can gain our targets quickly before we even start making our way through one by one. And my concern with that is, do we throw up our hands when we've all of a sudden got to that number and we don't look at the rest? I would hope that that's not the case, and I would probably agree that it's not. And so, being that this is pretty much our most important job that we do as council, I would personally, and I know that this is gonna, a lot of people may not like it, but I would like to actually go through each individual one. And the reason I say that is because there may be some small things that through some earlier decisions, rather than putting them into a big block as far as lows, and where some may not be supported by all, but then later there could be some support for those pressures later on throughout discussions. And so I personally would like to go through each one as we've done in the past, rather than block them all into one. And that's just my opinion.
Councillor Hagan, when I mentioned the word block, I did not mean to infer that individual items could not be pulled out by council, addressed, or discussed. We were just thinking that in the interest of time, given how the more challenging ones are in the medium high, that's perhaps where the focus would be.
No, and I totally understand that. I know that, and the question's blank. If there's something that you want to pull out that you don't feel should be in that block, you could pull out. But going through them, I just thought it's also good for the community to see. They have this information, and they'll have this information, but to have the discussion, as minor as it might be 1 minute per, and that's fine if so be it. If everybody's, yeah, that's good, but there may be some that warrant more discussion. So, no, I understand what you mean, Mr. City Manager. I was just rather than just pulling out one or two, that would, to me, would just be a more transparent way to do it.
Acting Mayor, I don't think we're gonna just say we're gonna do like A1 to 10 and lump them together unless there's a resolution that addresses that. There's a necessity.
So we will actually pull up, for example, A3, and the discussion we'll have on A3, and then we'll go to A4, then A5. So that's because I thought that was not the case in reading the email from last night. Like, I would like to go through each and every one of them, but it sounds like we are doing that then.
Yeah, well, we have to have a bit of a discussion. Hey,
On
Blaine, I
each
think
one.
you need to turn your mic off when you're not talking.
I do.
Oh, because something's echoing.
Oh, hold on. Maybe I'll put in my earpiece.
Can you turn your mic off just for a second? Okay, is that better? Yeah, Blaine, when you're not talking, can you turn your mic off? Somehow it's creating an echo in council chambers. Anyway, I was saying, we will have that discussion as council desires to have those discussions. There are some things that are, I don't want to say less value, but some lower dollar items that it's almost pointless for us to have an hour discussion about something that's worth $10,000. And we're looking at big picture thinking here, not micromanagement. Councillor Morrow.
No, my hand's down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I fell off there. I didn't hear your conversation there, Deputy Mayor. For some reason, I lost connection.
Oh, you muted me? I was just saying that if council chooses to have a discussion about any item, we're not gonna disallow that. But I think that the thought was to spend more of our wholesome discussions on things that are more bigger picture items and have a wider reach. That's all I was saying.
And maybe I was not all forthright in the way that I was saying it. I'm just wondering if we come to A3, if I want to pull out A16, for example, or A19,
Right.
then we have the discussion on it. Are we not discussing each and every single one? It's only if a counselor pulls it out. I would like to discuss it, even if it is unanimous on each and every one.
Well, you can bring up any discussion you like. I'm just saying that if there are some things in here, for example, let's say A6 to A12 that are all lumped in the same work unit, and if people have looked through this and said, no, we're okay with that, we can do a resolution for A6 to A12. And if someone wants to have a full discussion about any one of those items, then absolutely we'd allow that.
Okay, so each and every single one, just to be sure again, sorry, each and every single one is going to be discussed
There's an
by
opportunity.
administration.
Yeah, there's an
Okay,
opportunity to discuss.
thank you.
Okay. Treasurer, do you have anything else?
Deputy Mayor, sorry, my hand's back up. Sorry, it's Joe.
Go ahead, Councilor Morrow.
Thank you. I'm just thinking, listening to this, and we've been talking about this for days. And I'm going to ask the question to the city manager, but I'm going to guess it's probably more a question of us. Why do we have a target of 0? In my mind, yeah, I understand the validity, and yes, it's great to have a target, but we're already now setting our minds, and I think our approach and attitude to this whole process by having a target of 0 taxes, 0 tax increase. My question is, why don't we just let the process take place? Council votes and decides what is needed, what is best, what is good, what is not good for the community. And whatever that number ends up to be at the end of the day, that's pretty much it. And if we don't like the target that we've achieved by following the process, then we can review it. But right now, I'm just thinking that when we have this target and this goal in our mind, that's all we're going to try to achieve. And quite frankly, I'm of the belief that maybe we should have a 3% tax reduction or 5% tax reduction. If we're going to hit a target and aim for a target, why not aim even better? And if we get it, we get it. If we don't, at least we've tried. So why do we have this target of 0?
I defer to council for that, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Mayor Spearman?
Yeah, well, any councillor could have brought forward any kind of a motion on any specific target. I was in discussions with the city manager, and he said it would probably be desirable and it would help focus council if we did have a target. So I chose to bring forward a resolution that said 0 tax increase as our target. But any councillor could have brought forward any other resolution. So that resolution came forward to a city council meeting and it passed unanimously. That's why our target's 0.
Okay, and I thank you for that. So then am I to assume then we could make this process very simple if we have a, excuse me, a target of 0% tax increase, and we have another unanimous resolution that was voted on unanimously by council that Councillor Carlson brought forward, where we have a 5 to 10% reduction. Why don't we just, here it is, 10% reduction across the board and 0% tax increase? That should be pretty simple, isn't it?
Well, those 2 resolutions were different. One was what was council's target be. The other one was to direct the city manager to go back through the various departments at the city to identify for council what a 5% tax reduction would look like and what a 10% tax reduction would look like. So the binder is full of options for council which identify what the impact of a 5% reduction is, department by department, initiative by initiative. And also there are alternatives for council to look at, or what a 10% reduction would look like. So those are options for council to consider in order to get to the zero, or whatever, that's the target we've all agreed on so far, but that's the process. So administration has done all that work over the last few months, and now we have information in which to make more informed decisions.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
No, thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan?
Thank you. Yeah, further to that, and thank you for that explanation, Chris. I know that the discussions here when your resolution was out was the target is 0, but there's hope that we could even be better, and that happened with the discussion that if that was to happen, could we actually go less than 0? And the reply was, well, of course we could. So whether it's 0 or not, that's a target, but of course we can exceed that with reducing some of the pressures or adding pressures or whatever way we decide to go. And that's why my question yesterday about when we hit 0, do we stop? Because you actually have, Mayor Spearman, you have a resolution out there that says 0. What would happen to that resolution if we went beyond? And
Acting Mayor,
I take it that's not a problem.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, but we're going to have a difficult time enough getting to 0 than thinking that we're going to get beyond 0. The adjustments that administration has made already show that we actually have to find millions of dollars in further reductions to what is already presented by administration. If you think that we're going to be able to go beyond that in this week, I'm not sure if we should even think that, and we should cross that bridge when we get to it.
Right, but
okay, because I'm just looking at there's about 20 million in all these pages here, so yes, we could.
Yeah, acting Mayor Hagan is correct. If we somehow get to 0, and I agree with the deputy mayor, it's going to be challenging. But if we get to 0, there's no reason why we should stop there. If there are opportunities which are realistic, any councillor can bring forward additional resolutions, and we can go through additional options.
Certainly can. I'm just thinking it's pointless when you're, anyway, we'll get to that when we get to it. Is everyone fine with the process as has been laid out by the treasurer and the city manager? Councillor Kaufman, do you have another comment?
I have lots, Deputy Mayor, but no, nothing that I need to ask. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hagan, your hand's up still.
Nope, it's down.
Okay, thank you. All right, that being said, then we're okay to start. So the next items that we're going to address for the rest of this week are going to be about making decisions. And it's to address pressures and to address reductions. And for every one of the items that we're talking about that has a numbered page, we will be making a decision that we will forward to City Council. First item is A1, the PSCC supervision, and the ask is for $698,000 for 2021 and 2022. Any discussion?
Deputy Mayor, it's Joe. Sorry to interrupt. Are we not continuing and finishing off yesterday's agenda? Remember, you had indicated that we had a couple other items that we needed to finish off, and you didn't think we were going to get them completed. Are we not starting with those?
Yeah. So, Councilor Morrisor, we changed the order of business to reflect better how we can make this run a little bit more efficiently, and for it to make more sense logistically. So those
Thank you.
items are still in, if you look at the order of business that was sent to you by the city clerk, those items are still in there. But it's important for us to get these other ones out of the way first before we address those.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item A1, PSCC. Is there any discussion? Mayor Spearman?
I do have some questions based on the information that was presented yesterday, if that's permissible.
Sorry, Mayor Spearman, go ahead.
Yeah, I have some questions. I think 4 questions based on the information that was presented yesterday. Okay. Okay, as I recall, it was stated that there's an opportunity for the city of Lethbridge to acquire more business if we staff the PSCC with supervisors. Specifically, it was referenced that Red Deer has something like 80 contracts. So is there a business plan? Is there a goal that we would recover the $700,000 by serving additional contracts? And how many additional contracts would we have to achieve to offset the $700,000?
So, through the chair to His Worship the Mayor, in reality, right now, this is a very competitive market, especially due to the COVID issues. I'm not sure if you're aware, but recently there has been a number of contracts that we do have looking for reducing the costs of the contracts that they have because they're going through the same issues we are. Right now, there's a little bit of a competitive advantage to different areas in the communities because their costs are a little bit lower than ours are. And for us to go out and to compete against these ones to get more contracts right now, it's an absolute positive thing that we should be doing and we should be trying to do. We don't have a business plan to do so at this point in time. We've just lost 3 contracts for the local CPOs, which is a loss of $80,000 to our base budget at this point in time. So presently, we are in the process of trying to keep the contracts that we have for the 22 different rural areas. Going out and finding more contracts at this point in time will probably not be very feasible based on the cost cutting that everyone's doing and the fact that our costs are slightly higher than some of the other regional PSCCs that are providing services. And I'm not sure how acceptable that would be to them.
This would add to the cost.
Yes.
Okay, is there a plan to address the 45% of calls which are non-urgent?
Yes, we are right now going through a capital project that is to upgrade our telephone systems. And part of that is to put in place a robo answering service that will redirect some of those calls away from the PSCC, so we will not be answering all of those calls.
Okay, that's good. So that should relieve the PSCC.
That will relieve some of the load on the 911 call answering positions.
Okay, good.
That won't necessarily relieve any of the load on the dispatchers.
Okay. And the risk analysis that was done, is that based on objective data or is that subjective data?
That's based on 100% real, accurate data that is available within the PSCC at this point in time, based on how many hours a day the supervisors are actually able to perform their tasks realistically. And some of it is subjective based on the feelings of the actual persons in the position and how much time they are able to spend doing each one of their tasks.
My final question is the Belmeo report. City Council directed that the KPMG evaluations be done. There's a motion directing that. I don't recall a motion to hire Belmeo. Am I correct? There was no motion to hire Mr. Del Mio to do an analysis? What was the rationale for hiring him?
I'm not sure if anybody here has that. Does anybody have that information?
The reason that Mr. Belmio was engaged was because of the business issues that had risen in the PSEC that needed some attention. We had brought forward some, in the 2018 operating budget, some recommendations. I believe this was one of those recommendations. Council chose not to support that recommendation at that time. We knew that we needed to go deeper into what the operating issues are within the PSEC. As a result of interviewing every one of the staff members there, we brought in Mr. Belmio as a national or North American recognized expert in this area, who also had finished a project with the Lethbridge Police Service, so he was familiar with our system, and then he conducted the operational review for us.
Thank you.
There are no more questions right now. The other question that I had was that regardless of any other factors, you're lacking a supervisory capacity that functions purely as a supervisory capacity in the PSCC right now.
That is correct.
And there are risks associated with that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Westerson. The 5 that you're hiring then, is the intent to pick up some of this experience from people that may be disappearing because of EMS dispatch?
That is correct. All of our call answerers and dispatchers are tri-service trained.
Excellent. That's good. That's actually good news. The other question I have to this is the intent to create a specific skill set, or is this the type of thing where we cross-train and we actually can rotate our staff through this supervisory position?
There will be partially that, but this is a more or less a promotional position. It creates flow and grades within the PSEC so that there's positions to aspire to.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands in the queue, I have a resolution, and we'll do as traditionally as we've done, is the chair will move the resolutions for Finance Committee, unless there's a council member that has brought forward a motion on their own. So for item A1, the Public Safety Communications Center, the resolution reads, be it resolved that council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, presentations, and documents with respect to the Public Safety Communications Center staffing request remain confidential pursuant to sections 18, harmful to individual or public safety, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic interests of a public body, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And further be it resolved that the Finance Committee recommend the Council support PSCC to reduce the risk from critical to marginal by providing funding in the amount of $698,000 in 2021 and $698,000 in 2022 for 5 FTE as provided in A1. Questions?
Deputy Mayor,
Councillor Carlson.
do you need a seconder for that?
We do need a seconder for that.
I will second that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kaufman.
Go ahead.
Just for process and for those of us online, is it possible to have the motion on display? I recognize that we're sort of running different technologies here, but thank you. If that could just, when we're debating a motion, if that could stay up, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. If that's possible, thank you.
Okay. We're trying. We have 3 things going on the screen right now. We're trying to pick the screen that everybody can see.
I know. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Further questions? Any discussion or debate? Mayor Spearman?
We are going through possible elimination of support for the PSCC and a reduction in the volume of calls coming through or time spent on ambulance. I am concerned about adding additional costs. The intention was for the budget was to reduce expenses this exercise, so I can't support this resolution at this time.
Acting Mayor Hagan?
Thank you. Further to Mayor Spearman, questions earlier about business plan, et cetera, and some of the different contracts. It just didn't seem to me that there was enough in place to help us in the future and to alleviate some of this stress. And we heard yesterday about, again, we will keep bringing up the barking dogs and stuff and how these calls should go elsewhere, and we need to find a way to do that to take away from the emergent services. So the way that it sits now, I cannot support this.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supporting this. I believe I brought this motion forward during our budget discussion for the current budget we're sitting in. Council decided to wait and get a little bit more information before moving forward with it. I think the work that's been done through our administration and the Belmeo report points to the need of this. I agree. It would be lovely if we could do more cost avoidance, but I know that in our community, these services are the highest valued services, and they're the highest important, or of highest importance to our community, to our citizens. We saw that the risk is critical at the moment. I believe, if I recall all the data correctly, that we're the only PSCC that does not currently have this extra layer of protection. And so I think it is critical to move to this. I brought it forward to 3 years ago to hopefully get it passed. I think there's even more information in front of council on the need for this, so I'm in full support.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I actually am in support of this motion as well. I think the city manager has actually stated at various points his support of this as well in terms of the critical need. And to echo the previous commentary, this is a priority for our community. This definitely falls on the issue of safety. And I'm certain that it will be stewarded with a great deal of care and understanding of the impact on our organization. So I will support the motion.
Thank you. I think it's really important for council or finance committee to look at this as it doesn't matter how many police officers, it doesn't matter how many firefighters we have, it doesn't matter how many ambulances we have, we can't get the information to them in the proper way, with accurate information and information that's useful to them. I believe that this resolution speaks to the fact that we're short-staffed in the PSCC and that we need to address this critical shortage. And I think it's not, I don't think it's correct for us to assume that we can monetize this function, that we can sell this function to other municipalities. This is important for the city of Lethbridge. I don't think we should care right now if it's important to any other municipality, as long as it's important for us. And that, I will call the question. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor?
I think Councillor Parker has his hand up.
Councillor Parker and Councillor Croson are in the queue to speak, sorry.
Oh, sorry. That's why I closed, but go ahead, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Well, I think when we came into these budget deliberations, we were looking at ways in finding efficiencies and to reduce spending. And this is something that when we first brought the original resolution forward by Councillor Carlson, this wasn't even on the radar. And so these are things that we didn't expect. But as you can see through our survey, our Ipsos read, the community values safety, and safety comes through emergency services, police and ambulance. So it's very important that we support this resolution. I know that it is an increase, but it also is something that deals with safety, but it's also something the community values 100%. So I don't want to take the risk. I trust the advice from not only our city manager, but from Conrad and his team. So I will be supporting this resolution, even though it is an increase, but it's something very crucial in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supporting this resolution as well. I respect, that's one of the reasons I asked us to reopen the budget, is I respect the need that we have to find savings that we can pass on to our community through tax decreases. But sometimes the biggest way to spend money is by trying to save money in the wrong places. And there is a great risk in this area if we don't take care of this. I think back to 2 years ago when this was first brought before us, and I voted against it at that time. Mr. Strain, who was our city manager at the time, was fully in support of this at that time. And we know Mr. Dalton has also expressed to us the need for this. So I will be relying on our city manager's expertise in this, and I will be supporting this resolution. Thank you.
Anyone else want to add their comments for debate? There being none, I'll ask the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
In favor?
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor?
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
And Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
That's carried 6 to 3.
Thank you. Next item, we have A2. EMS dispatch. I'll ask if there's any questions about this item first before we move on. Nothing?
My hand is up.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, we bounced back and forth yesterday quite a bit. How much of the discussion on this topic is public, and what needs to be kept in camera? Did we have anyone who wants to give a overview of this topic?
The overview is in A2. And I don't think it's a good use of our time if I have to read the gist of every single item in our binder. So the gist of this is to maintain EMS dispatch within the Lethbridge PSCC in support of an integrated fire and EMS response in the city of Lethbridge.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess my question would be, what is the likelihood of these dollars actually being needed? I'm just going to be blunt. Every message I've heard from our provincial government is that this is a non-starter. They are moving forward. They've not been interested in having any discussions on this. Our mayor and several other mayors have gone to Edmonton, have done their darndest, and have been told no. So I'm wondering why we'd be putting tax dollars aside for something that is incredibly unlikely.
So in the background information on A2, the City of Lethbridge currently receives $1.2 million annually from AHS to operate the Lethbridge Satellite Dispatch Center. Recently, the provincial audit of AHS by Ernst & Young identified $6 million in savings by consolidating regional satellite dispatch centers with existing provincial EMS dispatch centers operated by AHS. Ceasing to operate the Lethbridge EMS Satellite Dispatch Center will result in the separation of ambulance services and fire service in Lethbridge, and the City of Lethbridge will no longer be able to maintain integrated fire and EMS response with an additional cost to Lethbridge taxpayers of at least $3.7 million annually and as much as $5.5 million. The proposed implementation strategy for this is that the EMS dispatch is scheduled to transition from Lethbridge PSCC to Calgary AHS on January 12th, 2021. The implementation of this initiative would require cancellation of the planned transition and would require Lethbridge to maintain the staff currently employed, which are 10 FTEs, as well as utilize all the AHS equipment and technology currently in place within the Lethbridge PSCC. AHS would continue to support and supply the necessary technology and equipment to perform this service. So what we're saying is that even if we're going to move over, and I'll allow perhaps if Chief Rathwell wants to speak to this or city manager, but it'll allow us at least some transition time, even if they pull the plug on us. Mayor Spearman?
Yeah, I would say it's premature to pull this one, and we shouldn't self-inflict. I have a phone call at 12:30 today with the other mayors. This process is continuing and is still in place, so I would suggest that basically by pulling this, it just waves the white flag, and we've inflicted it on ourselves. Give the government every opportunity to provide the best possible system to serve the citizens of Lethbridge and those in the area around Lethbridge. And the final decision is up to the Premier, and we'll find out whether or not he's prepared to overturn the decision or not.
Thank you. My next question, I guess, would be to maybe the city manager, city treasurer, adding something that may or may not appear to the tax rolls. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm wondering if there's another way to approach this. We do have some reserves. I know I've always been very cautious in reserves. I've always actually felt our reserves are too low. They are for rainy days. They are for emergencies. They are for things that come at you unexpectedly. I'm wondering if we can accomplish the same thing rather than putting this onto the tax roll to reserve or restrict 1.2 or 2.4, I guess, if this is over 2 years, in the MRSR or another reserve, as you would maybe point out, City Treasurer, that might be appropriate, that if we are successful, and there's always that hope, that we have the funds in reserve, but not put it on the tax roll. Is that a possibility?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, through to Councillor Carlson. If this was not to be approved as a pressure, and the province agreed for us to continue with a local dispatch, the pressure would fall out as a deficit in the department, specifically PSCC. Which would then, based on surpluses and deficits being transferred to the MRSR at the end of the budget cycle, would be how the deficit would be absorbed within the corporation.
So what I'm hearing is we wouldn't have to put this on the tax roll. If it comes through, and that's a big if, it will be funded and it would just flow out of the MRSR. That's what I'm hearing?
On a one-time basis for the next 2 years, that would be a $2.4 million hit to the MRSR. And it would then roll into a pressure for the next operating budget should this be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Spearman.
And I'd just like to remind members of council that if EMS dispatch goes away, so does our integrated service, as our fire chief has said. And over time, there will be higher costs than the 1.2 million, as we basically have to create parallel services. So in one sense, this is, the 1.2 is the lesser of two evils, but without, I'm not sure if I should use the word evils, but if we end up paying for a parallel service, it's going to cost even more.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Just a question for Ms. Pinkston. Hearing from previous councillors speaking about hitting the tax roll, better to not hit the tax roll and to possibly use MRSR for this in the future. Could you confirm that MRSR is actually taxation money?
Councillor Hagan, the MRSR is used for multiple things, the majority of which flow through the general fund, so yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Given your comments, sorry, I was so enthralled with the discussion that I forgot to ask for a second for this motion. Do I have a seconder for this?
I will.
Who was that, Blaine? Okay, thank you.
Again, yeah.
Thank you. Further debate?
Again, can we have the resolution up?
Yeah, sorry. Mr. Westerson's working on that. I'll read it to you. This is Fire EMS budget request. Be it resolved that council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, presentations, and documents with respect to Fire EMS budget requests remain confidential pursuant to sections 18, harmful to individual or public safety, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials, and 25, harmful to economic interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And further be it resolved that the Finance Committee recommend the Council proceed with the already approved 9 FTE and $1.3 million in 2021 and defer anticipated future pressures associated with moving to a parallel service to a later date when more information is available, and should Alberta Health Services approve the continuation of local dispatch being provided and Council agreeing to providing the service, Finance Committee acknowledges the $1.2 million recurring pressure associated with this decision. Questions? Councillor Kaufman?
Deputy Mayor, it's Joe.
Councillor Morrow.
You know what? I'd like to ask that this resolution somehow be split, because I really do not believe that the part of, I can't read it, it's kind of tiny, but the part about the proceed with the 9 staff for the brand new fire station. Yeah, further be it resolved, the Finance Committee recommend that Council proceed with the already approved 9 FTEs and 1.3 million. That shouldn't be there, because that's already approved in a previous budget. So if I'm going to vote against this, if I'm going to vote against this resolution, technically it says that I'm voting against the 9 FTEs as well. And that's not correct, because that 9 FTEs and the 1.3 million are already approved in the budget. So why, I asked it yesterday, why is that in there? We're not discussing that at all. What we're discussing is the 1.2 million pressure that we are thinking we are facing. So if you guys are going to keep, if the majority of my colleagues want to keep that in there, I'd like that split.
Thank you, Councillor Morrow. City Manager?
That piece does not need to be in there. That can be removed if council wishes to do so.
Can amend that right now, take that right out. Does everybody agree to taking that out? First of all.
Aye.
Aye.
Yep. Is anyone opposed to taking that out? Let's do it that way. There's none opposed. Thank you, Councillor Morrow. So the resolution now does not include the 9 FTEs or the 1.3 million in 2021. Further questions? Debate? I'll not open debate. Anyone want to debate this?
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kaufman, just a question. I appreciate the the treasurer's comments on this about it'd be a $1.2 million recurring pressure that would be dealt with through the MRSR. Do we need to be specific about how that pressure would be relieved, or are we leaving this, even if we're leaving it to the discretion of the treasurer, should that not be indicated somewhere in here? This is just basically saying we agreed to a $1.2 million debt for the next 2 years without identifying how we'll deal with it.
Treasurer?
Councillor Kaufman, it would flow through our, so sorry, I am not recommending that we leave this up to a pressure. But if that's the will of council, then it would just flow through as part of our year-end process. I don't think it needs further clarification. Any losses in, grant funding would follow the same process, assuming there was an alternative funding source identified for whatever reason. So I think it's fine the way it is. I wouldn't recommend changing it, but if it helps council, then that's okay too.
Thank you.
Mayor Spearman.
Yeah, I think this really, there's a whole political dimension to this one that it just completes the process that we've been following for several months, and as Councillor Carlson said, this could evaporate on the 12th of January as a pressure. So I think we can keep that in mind as we go through the further budget debates. Our city treasurer has provided an alternative in terms of a solution to the concerns of Councillor Morrow and Councillor Carlson. So as a funding source, and I would just simply ask for council's support.
Councillor Morrow.
Thanks, Deputy. Is this questions or debate?
Either.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would like a little bit more clarity, and I'd like confirmation of what I believe I heard. So I'll address this to the city manager or whoever else may want to answer it. In all the presentations that we've heard recently regarding this, my understanding, or what I got out of those presentations, was that this $1.2 million pressure was not a pressure for 2021, although it may be a pressure for 2022. So can I just get clarification on that? I need to understand why we think we have this $1.2 million pressure.
Councillor Morrow, this $1.2 million pressure relates specifically to a decision around whether the government of Alberta would agree to the city of Lethbridge retaining local dispatch, but paying for the cost of retaining local dispatch. And that's $1.2 million.
Sorry, so we have a contract, current contract with Alberta Health till 2023 for the ambulance service. Is that correct?
For ambulance, yes, this $1.2 million pressure relates to the dispatch, which is a separate contract.
I get that. And I was just going to get there. So this contract for dispatch would expire at the end of January of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so explain to me I need to understand the pressure.
So certainly, so at the moment, we receive 1.2 million to provide that local dispatch service. If there was an agreement that the city would provide that service itself and not be subject to the centralization of dispatch that AHS has stated they're going to move to, then we would have to pick up the cost of that dispatch. That $1.2 million in funding would no longer flow from AHS to the city. That's
Sorry
where
to
that
interrupt. Wait, sorry to interrupt. So just to be, so that means that we are now today assuming that the province will allow us as the city on February 1st to continue with our dispatch service. Is that correct?
As was discussed previously and presented by Mayor Spearman, yes, that is the assumption behind this $1.2 million pressure.
Thank you.
Mayor Spearman.
Yeah, the city manager has explained it. It's, if we're successful, there'll be a $1.2 million pressure, and we won't receive the funds from AHS, but we would retain dispatch.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to City Manager, City Treasurer, when does council actually have to pass the bylaw setting the budget for 2021? What's the drop dead date?
Councillor Carlson, the last council meeting currently scheduled in December is the 14th. We could do a special meeting on a different day. Ideally, it needs to be passed before the beginning of the year, given that if we don't have a approved budget, we would need to do some sort of interim budget. Although 2021 is technically approved, it gets a bit messy, but I would recommend that we need to have City Council needs to have an approved budget by December.
Okay, so thank you. So if we put this 1.2 million in our budget, and I think is it January 12th? Is the drop dead date from the province? I'm not even sure what the dates are. What happens? We just carry a surplus of 1.2 million? Is that?
If this was approved and the province still said no, there would be a $1.2 million surplus in the budget. Is that what sorry, Councillor Carson, is that what you're asking?
No, that's exactly it. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. There are, Mayor Spearman.
I'd just like to go back to a question that was directed to our city treasurer and just get some clarification. Again, maybe to the city treasurer through the city manager. If the funding source was changed to MRSR instead of taxation, and I understand that MRSR is funded from taxation ultimately, but if that would make it easier through the budget process, so Is that a possible solution?
I think that Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Mayor Spearman, I think that that's a possibility. I just would want to clarify that that's not sustainable on an ongoing basis, that eventually, if this continues to be a pressure, it would need to roll into taxation at some future point. This would, if it's approved on a one-time basis, it would be for 2021 and 2022, which would, reduce the MRSR by approximately $2.4 million.
What I'm saying is, for the purposes of our budget discussions, if we didn't have to come up with another $1.2 million in savings in order to review this budget, if we change that to MRSR, and then if the government approves our decision, we could always come back and revisit the 1.2. But if they deny our decision, we don't really have to do anything.
If that's the will of council, then I think that's.
Okay, so I would propose an amendment when it's appropriate.
Certainly. Go ahead.
I'd like to propose that the funding source be changed from taxation to MRSR.
I'll second that.
Questions? And Councilor Moore, I still have you in the queue for the last part of it.
Yeah, thank you. This, it's for not the amendment. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay. Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further to my question previously, MRSR is maintained through taxation, I thought, anyways. Is this not the same thing? If we're going to pull from MRSR, that goes up and down with taxation, does it not? It's replenished and it's that slush fund, if you will.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Hagan. I would suggest it's not a slush fund. It's part of managing the overall operations for the city of Lethbridge and with council's approval. And the difference between having a category funding source of taxation is that it is rolled into base budget and it is approved on an ongoing basis. If council approves this as MRSR reserve funding, that is a one-time funding source, and having a $1.2 million coming out of the MRSR after 2022 would not be sustainable on an ongoing basis. So taxation funding source is rolled into the tax funding for the city of Lethbridge. Using a reserve is a one-time funding source that is not able to kind of be on an ongoing basis and be sustainable.
No, and sorry, I shouldn't use the word slush fund, my apologies, but I'm just saying that MRSR comes from reserves that in essence have come from taxation. And that was just my main question.
The MRSR, the intention of the MRSR is to be used as a way to sustain the instability of specific areas. So for example, snow removal is an element within the MRSR. There's a budget for snow removal that is funded through taxation. And if that budget is overdrawn for reasons outside of the control of the department, specifically the weather, the MRSR is used to help stabilize the uncertainty of predicting the weather. So so that is just as an example of how it's connected to taxation, but it's not it's not a funding, a taxation as a funding source.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying MRSR, I'll just leave it at this, that MRSR still, it just doesn't appear. It came from taxation from one way or another. That was just what I was commenting on. Thank you very much.
Councillor Kaufman.
I was in the queue, but I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Spearman, for the amendment that you've proposed. So the thought would be, if I'm hearing you right, Mayor Spearman, that this would be, we acknowledge it, that for 2021, this would be a one-time funding source by the MRSR, but that we could always then reopen the budget if this became a ongoing recurring pressure that the province agreed to, and we could amend the budget at that time. Is that what you're thinking?
That's correct.
Excellent. I would definitely support that idea. Deputy Mayor, through you to the city treasurer, if I can.
Yes. Go ahead.
Is there not already a line item in our budget from the MRSR called relief to taxation that flows out?
There are multiple components that are connected to help reduce the pressure on taxation. Snow removal is one of those examples. Another example is our photo radar. There is the income from photo radar comes into the MRSR, and there is a transfer to relief of taxation associated with that, which helps to smooth out the tax rate increases if there are any, and also then just helps with the uncertainty of being able to forecast what that revenue stream would look like. Other examples of that is our investment income and other sources. So it's about stabilization to help minimize huge swings in fluctuations in tax rates.
Okay, thank you.
You, Councillor Morrow, you were in and out. Are you good?
We're talking about the amendment, so I'm out. Thanks.
Thank you. No more on the amendment. So we'll call a vote on the amendment that funding source be identified as the MRSR. Mayor Spearman, did you want to close?
I think that will just help us in our budget discussions if we change the source of the funding. We can fairly evaluate all the other options and that we have to consider today. And this issue will clarify itself in the next 30 days, maybe 45 days, sorry. So this amendment would maybe assist council and provide more clarity.
Clerk, can you call the vote by roll call, please?
Councillor Parker.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, Councillor Kaufman?
Sorry, just before we begin that, can I respectfully suggest a process for voting? That if you ask the question, is there anyone opposed, and you have opposition, you can engage in a roll call. If we're all in favor, there's no need for a roll call. It just might speed up process. I'll throw that out if people want.
Certainly, we could do that. Is anyone opposed to this?
Yeah, Joe.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Is carried 7-2.
So literally, the original motion just adds at the end with the funding source to be the MRSR. Any debate on the full amendment or the full resolution? Is There being none, is there any opposition to this? Councillor Carlson, you have something to say?
Just debate. I just want to thank the administration and the movers for bringing this forward, especially Mayor Spearman. I know he's doing the bulk of the advocacy work around this. Anything we can do to retain dispatch in our community will help our community. And so I'm in full support of this, and I appreciate the work.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supporting this as well. For both financial reasons, this will save us money in the long run. Again, spending money sometimes to save money is a smart idea, and this will help us, if we get this from the province, ensure we don't have to move to an integrated, or we won't lose our integrated system right away. And this is also for safety reasons. I can't imagine if you tell somebody who's not in Lethbridge that a kid is sick hurt at the Sugar Bowl, that they'll ever find the Sugar Bowl. We need to do whatever we can to keep EMS dispatched locally, because for the safety of our community, we need it. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. I see no more hands up. I will call the question on this resolution. Are there any opposed?
Yeah, Joe.
Okay, start the roll call, please.
Acting Mayor Higgin,
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
Favor.
Mayor Spearman,
In favor?
Councillor Campbell,
In favor?
Councillor Carlson,
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman,
In favor?
Councillor Crowson,
In favor.
Councillor Morrow,
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Carried 7-2.
Thank you. Does Finance Committee wish to take a 10-minute break? Or do you want to motor on? I'm open to suggestions. Take a break? Okay, we'll reconvene at 10:30. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We'll just be a couple minutes more. We're just working on a resolution. Jeff Kaufman, are you there? Yeah, thanks. Can you look at in the chat? I sent you a message. I need to ask you something.
Yes, actually, Councillor Carlson had advised me of that as well. I was working off the white sheets and I did not amend them following the presentation. I had sent an email to Ms. Pinkson, the CAO, and Ms. Hilford asking for an edit on that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
2 more minutes.
So rather than us just sitting here waiting for those 2 minutes, it's now 16 minutes. What's happening?
I'm sorry, Councillor Morrow, this is my mistake because I had submitted an amendment on this next issue, and
Okay, so-
one of the dollar figures that I had was incorrect. I think we've perhaps resolved it.
But, which is fine. It's just, so then pick a different time. Don't just say 2 minutes, because I'm sitting here waiting, you know, with my finger up my ass, and I could be doing other stuff. So
Yeah, you're out of order.
Sorry,
Let's-
my apologies. It should have taken 2 minutes, but I had to do some recalculations, so
can we
I apologize to
pick,
council.
Can we pick 11 o'clock then?
No, we're just about ready to go. Okay. All right. I'd like to call us back to order, and I'm sorry for the delay. So what the issue was, and you'll see in a moment, Councillor Kaufman has the resolution that encompasses our fee-for-service contracts that we discussed yesterday, or that we had presentations on. And they were just a question about some of the numbers that we were mulling around. And so when Mr. Westerson comes back with the printed copies for us in the room, then he will post it, and I will read the resolution from Councillor Kaufman, and then we will ask for a second. Fee-for-service agreements. Whereas the City of Lethbridge enters into various fee-for-service agreements, FFS, with community organizations, and whereas COVID-19 has created financial pressures for our residents or businesses, not-for-profit agencies, community organizations, and the City of Lethbridge, and whereas Finance Committee acknowledges the current FFS agreements, the impact of decreased funding on the FFS community groups, and that each group has continued to provide opportunities for respite from the stress of the COVID pandemic. And whereas, under City Council's instruction, the City Manager asked business units to identify both 5% and 10% expenditure reductions in an effort to not increase property taxes in 2021. Be it resolved that Finance Committee recommend to Council that the fee-for-service community group requests at a 10% reduction as follows. Allied Arts Council 2021, $86,010. 2022, $86,010. Southern Alberta Art Gallery 2021, $68,400. 2022, $68,400. Lethbridge Sport Council 2021, $49,500, and 2022, $49,500. Nikki Eco Japanese Gardens in support of new facility commissioning and operations 2021, $45,000, $154,071. 2022, $89,100, and 240,171. Further be it resolved that the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association funding be as below to reflect their reduced ask. 2021, $69,210, and 2022, $66,510, with funding for each of these coming from Fleet Services Reserve, so not to place pressure upon taxation. Councillor Kaufman, do we have a second?
Before that, can you just make that a little bigger? Mr. Chairman?
Sorry, do we have a seconder? Councillor Carlson?
Oh, no, Croson will second.
Carlson will second, thank you.
You.
Councillor Kaufman, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, members of council. When it comes to budget deliberations, our options are basically yes, no, or amend. As the preamble for this indicates, we have fee-for-service contracts, fee-for-service agreements with each of these 5 organizations. We heard their presentations. We heard their need. We respect and honor the agreements we have with them. We acknowledge and respect certainly as well that each of these organizations has continued to provide some form of respite for our community during the stresses that the pandemic has created. That said, we are all under financial stress and financial strain. Our residents, our businesses, the organization, all of our community organizations, not-for-profits, are feeling the pressure of what is happening. What we heard yesterday was that the need is still required. And we did hear, I believe it was Councillor Carlson who asked the question of each of them about the cutbacks, the 5% or 10%, and whether or not there was consideration. What I've chosen to do here is instead of saying an outright no and cutting off these organizations, at the same time giving an outright yes, and just accepting that not everybody is necessarily going to have to find alternatives. I'm choosing the middle ground of accepting what was proposed with a 10% reduction on each, recognizing that we still support that these organizations are going to have to continue to find other alternative supports as well. The suggestion that come from Fleet Reserves respect what we're hearing from Municipal Affairs, that reserves are something we're going to have to be dealing with. However, the Treasurer does remind me that KPMG has identified the reserves as well, and the way Fleet Services does its handles its business and its affairs. So if it meets with the approval of the group, Ms. Pinkson has actually suggested that funding for each of these come from the MRSR. If somebody wants to make that amendment, we can certainly debate that. At the moment, I'm quite content leaving it with Fleet Services. According to Ms. Pinkson's update yesterday, we have $12,955,790 in that as of September 30th. This motion would take that down to $11,900,000. Still plenty of wiggle room to deal with Fleet. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. So if we're going to make the change from Fleet Reserve to MRSR, I'll make that amendment, but also included in that amendment, I believe the Ethnic Association's ask yesterday was actually almost 30% reduction from what their original ask was in N77 in the budget. And I think taking an additional 10% is a bit punitive. So I would suggest in the amendment of changing the funding source to MRSR that the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association's amounts change to $76,900 in 2021 and $73,900 in 2022.
Deputy Mayor,
Councillor Carlson.
just a point of clarification. Several of the group's asks were different than they were during the budget. Allied Arts is quite significantly reduced from what they were originally asking as well. Nikki Yuko is increased, so I'm not sure if you're going to change one for that. You may, in fairness, want to change others for that.
Feel free to bring that forward.
Deputy Mayor, if I can just advise members of council, this motion is created off of the sheets that we were provided by in our binder. If the figures changed, I tried my darndest to pay attention to that in presentations, but I did not go back through the presentations. So if I have erred in one of these, or several of these, or all of these, then I would respectfully suggest that somebody make a motion to table this, and we bring it back later in the day with the proper figures addressed. But my figures are based on the sheets we were provided for budget deliberations. Thank you.
Right after lunch, bring it back. Certainly we could do that. Is there anyone that wants to look at a adjournment of this? Hang on a second. It seems pretty straightforward. I think we can deal with it. Yeah, thank you for the offer, Councillor Kaufman. I think if council members want to make a change to these numbers, then they can bring it forward. You did your best effort, and And in so doing, yes, you may have missed something, but you know what? You did the work, and if other council members want to bring forward an amendment to change the numbers, then we'll make that contingent upon them. So the first amendment is to change funding from fleet to MRSR and to change the funding for Southern Alberta Ethnic Association to 69,210, or sorry, to 76,9 in 2021 and 73,9 in 2022. Any questions on the amendment?
Deputy Mayor, just for clarification, so we don't have this resolution in our binder, do we?
No, Councillor Kaufman did it last night.
So what is this? What are we calling this? A what?
A139, A140, A141, A142, A143, as well as the additional one-time allocation for Nikayuko for A142.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions? Councillor Carlson, you have a question on the amendment?
Just the amendments are fairly different in the two amendments being proposed. I would make a motion to vote on each amendment separately. A, the changing of the numbers, and B, the changing of the reserve.
So you want to vote for each number? And
No,
you want 5 amendments?
You're amending in one of the agreements,
right,
and you're changing the reserve. I may support one, I may not support the other.
I see. You'd like to split that?
Yes, please.
All right, so let's change the funding source first. Let's do that one. The amendment to change the Fleet Service Reserve to MRSR. We have questions on that? Or motion to divide first? We do have to have debate on the motion to divide? Okay. Is there any debate on the motion to divide? Not to divide, but to the amendments themselves. Right, but he wants to divide it now. We can just do it? Okay. So we get to vote on the motion to divide. Is there any opposed? There are none? Yeah, sorry. Councillor Campbell will second that. And there is still no opposition from that. The amendment, we can now vote on the amendment to move the funding to MRSR from Fleet Services Reserve.
Deputy Mayor, point of order. We just passed a motion to divide, so just to be clear, we are going to be voting on every one of these 5 organizations separate.
No, Councillor Morrow, we're voting on, right now, what Councillor Carlson asked was divide the motion on changing the funding source, and I included the altered amount for Southern Alberta Ethnic Association. That's what he asked to divide. So that's the amendment that's on the floor right now.
And a point of order as well. So we're actually, is this not 2 different resolutions? We already have one on the table to divide, and then we're also changing to MRSR, and we're also changing ethnic association. How many different things are we changing for this? Because we have one to divide first on the table, do we not?
Okay, so Councillor Hagan, we're only dividing these 2 because those were the only 2 presented in the same amendment. There was nothing else part of this amendment. If any other councillor wishes to make an amendment to the original motion by Councillor Kaufman, council is free to do so, or Finance Committee.
Well, okay, I would like to make a motion, just to be clear.
We're actually dealing with motion to divide right now.
Yeah, but, okay, can I suggest that we divide every one of these? Because we have sheets here.
Right, we will deal with this first, and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So the motion to divide, we're looking at the amendment of funding source changing from Fleet to MRSR from Fleet Services. Is there any questions? Councillor Campbell,
Can I just get a justification of why we're doing that?
certainly.
Councillor Campbell, it was my recommendation that we change it from the Fleet Reserve to the MRSR. Currently, the KPMG operational reviews is recommended that we review the Fleet Reserve, and it would just be my recommendation from a tracking perspective. The MRSR was the previous funding source for these community group funding in 2019 and 2020, and also then if there does come forward a recommendation that the Fleet Reserve be total balance be reduced, then it would be easier to connect it to the operational reviews if there's just a resolution transferring it somewhere else at some future point. So that would just be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'm having audio issues. I think Councillor Campbell may have asked my question. Could I just ask that the City Treasurer repeat that response? Because I think he just asked for the rationale. And I think I've got my audio working now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor
Thank
Carlson. My recommendation would be that that Finance Committee approves the funding from the MRSR instead of the Fleet Reserve. The MRSR is currently, the KPMG operational reviews are currently recommending that we review the Fleet Reserve, which will be working through that. And it's just for ease of tracking. The funding for these initiatives for these specific community groups was from the MRSR in the past. And then also if after the review of the Fleet Reserve, it's determined that we are able to adjust the existing balance, then it would just be simpler if there's a resolution to move that that excess balance somewhere else, should that be the recommendation that council approves.
Excellent. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Question for City Treasurer. What is the MRSR currently at?
The current balance of the MRSR is, sorry, I just grabbed the unaudited.
And also previously to putting this into MRSR, if this does pass, this was the funding source for the 4-year budget before us opening this year, correct?
Sorry, Councillor Hagan, can you ask that question again?
I said, just in addition to that, I think I heard that this was the funding source, MRSR, when it was for 2021 and 2022 previously, already prior to us opening up this budget again right now.
So the previous approval for 2019 and 2020 was the MRSR as a funding source. The original ask was an ongoing funding from taxation, and during budget deliberations it was switched to the MRSR as a one-time funding source.
Thank you. And then just the balance of the MRSR.
It's approximately 37 million, and there's about, I believe it's 11 million in commitments to the MRSR.
And that's up to the end of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. My question to the City Treasurer. Anytime we are going to be funding anything for the rest of this process, and we are taking it out of a reserve, are we in effect not putting pressure to the next council, next budget?
Councillor Morrow, that would be correct. If in the future council wanted to fund, for just this example, the community groups on an ongoing basis, funding these from the MRSR or any reserve would result in a delay in future pressures for taxation purposes.
So would it be fair to say that we as council, this council here, are now going to and I'm not trying to be a smartass, please. I'm just trying to make a point. So does this mean that we, this council, are going to try and do the nice thing for everybody, but not put it on taxation because we dare not do that? So we're going to fund it out of a reserve, which now puts pressure on the next budget. Is that correct?
I would leave that for council's discussion.
Okay. And we are doing a 2-year budget, correct? Not a 1-year budget. So that next council, the October of 2021, they will automatically be dealing with the pressures that we, this council, are putting through in this 2-year budget. Is that correct?
Assuming the future council approves ongoing funding, potentially, yes.
Thank you.
There are no more questions about the amendment? Any debate? There's no debate. I'll call the question on the amendment. Councillor Morrow?
That's okay.
And once again, the amendment reads, change the funding source to MRSR from Fleet Service Reserve. Is there any opposed? There are none.
I oppose.
Okay. Do a roll call.
On the amendment to change the funding source from fleet to MRSR, Councilor Miyashiro, or Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councilor Campbell.
In favor?
Councilor Carlson.
In favor.
Councilor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councilor Croson.
Reluctantly in favor.
Councilor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councilor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Opposed.
That carries 5-4.
The second part of the motion was to change the amount to be funded for the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association to $76,900 in 2021 and $73,900 in 2022. The reason I'm asking for this amendment is that the Ethnic Association came in to council for their presentation yesterday and actually had an almost 30% reduction from their original ask in N77. This is what they asked for, to take another 10% off what I feel would be punitive. Any questions? Councilor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate your thoughts on this. The other groups all came in with changes from their original ask. Why are you choosing one group to fully fund and penalizing the rest?
This one jumped right out at me, and if we're gonna go through every one of them anyway, we might as well start with these guys.
I guess when I look at I'll just choose one. Allied Arts Council's original ask was, I believe, for 140, and they also came back and reduced their ask to 95 because of some reserves they were willing to use and some funding they had accessed and saved. So I'm just wondering why we're picking and choosing.
Right. So if you want to amend this amendment to include the Allied Arts Council and a changed amount, then feel free to do so. If not, we're not going to discuss Allied Arts Council when we're talking about the amended funding for Southern Alberta Ethnic Association.
No, my question was just why choose one over the other, but I think you've answered that you only noticed one.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? There being none, any debate?
I have a question.
Sorry, I have my hand up, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Hagan?
Thank you. Now, we're talking about Southern Alberta Ethnic Association. Now, that funding was not used because, of course, they did not have a position filled. So is that considered a reduction when it was not used for the purpose that I guess it was intended to be used for? So that funding obviously would go forward. So having a reduction of 10%, from what this states is that we're going to go 10% off, or not 10%, whatever that amount is, off of the original ask, but there was flow through money that was not used previously. Is that not correct?
Certainly is what they said, yeah. They had some reserves, but they did come in with an ask that was almost 30% lower, so.
So they're using those reserves and an additional discount, or sorry, amount off of that? Is that correct?
That's what the amount is that was in the original resolution. Was what their ask was minus 10%.
There's, if I could, there's a lot of questions on these, and I've heard my colleagues with many different comments. Is this something that we could not put off till a little later so that we can further look into the requests and the changes and what has come in since last night? As I'm just uncomfortable of voting on something with information coming in as, again, last night and currently, and confusion around the whole topic.
Certainly,
So,
you can introduce
motion to
that.
table?
You can introduce that when we deal with this too.
Okay, well, prior to dealing, we have a motion to table this?
You can put a table motion on the floor, yes, but we need when and when it's coming back.
Right. So if you wish to put a tabling motion on the floor, Councillor Hagan, you can, but we have to give a time or a date for it to come back. Even a time if you want. We have the gallery full of people that came to hear about the outcomes for their organizations today. Just so you guys know at home.
No, I totally understand that, but we want to make sure that we deal with these the best way that we can with the information that's provided. And so, my apologies to those that are in the audience, but it's important that we make these decisions not out of haste, but with review with the information that we have in front of us. So I would ask to have this tabled until tomorrow morning.
Is there a seconder? There's no seconder. Oh. I don't hear anybody. Is there a seconder of the people that have their hands up? There is no seconder. So that tabling motion does not pass. All right, so getting back to the amendment that the funding amount for Southern Alberta Ethnic Association, we gave you the numbers, we're still in questions. Mayor Spearman.
My question's been answered, thanks.
You, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First, can I just start off by saying I'm sorry. I want to apologize to all of you in council chambers if I'm coming across as frustrated. And I actually believe that we at home are causing some of the frustration that I'm sure you have from our end. So for that, I'm sorry. But I know we need to do this, and we all need to be comfortable with what we're doing. And I thank you, Deputy Mayor and staff, for allowing us. But so the point what I want to get to is, so I'm sitting at home and I'm going by what I see in my binder. So I'm looking at A140, Southern Alberta. Oh, sorry. That's not the one.
Yeah, 141.
A141.
Right.
And so I see under 20, the column 2021 and 2022, a figure of $105,000.
Right.
So I'm assuming, help me out here, that this has been approved already because we approved a 4-year budget. So if we were to do nothing, the Ethnic Association would still continue to receive $105,000. Is that correct, City Treasurer?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Morrow, no, that is not correct.
Okay.
The approval within the 4-year budget for the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association was 2019 and 2020 was approved for $136,000 on a one-time basis for those 2 years. This new ask is what they're bringing forward. My apologies for additional confusion. The sheet is incorrect. The amounts that they brought forward in their presentation is the ask of, in 2021, $76,900, and 2022, $73,900. So that sheet just needs to be updated. There's just a misunderstanding of what their ask was.
Okay, so a couple things you pointed out. So these groups then do not have an approved budget in our 4-year approved budget. These groups don't have year 3 and 4, 2021, 2022. Am I understanding that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so they're basically starting, as of right now then, they're starting with 0.
Sorry. So this is an additional ask to what is currently in the budget. So during budget deliberations in 2019, in the base budget for Southern Alberta Ethnic Association, there's $28,100 in base budget. During budget deliberations, they came forward and asked for an additional ongoing funding, and what ultimately got approved was $136,000 in 2019 and $136,000 in 2020. There was no additional increase over and above the $28,100 for the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association.
Okay, so let me ask this again. As we sit here today, what does the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association get or have approved in a 2021-2022 budget? Is that numbers?
Sorry.
Yeah,
$28,100 in 2021 and 2022.
Okay, thank you. $28,100 in 2021 and 2022. Now, the other numbers, and I didn't write it quick enough. Councillor Kaufman's amendment was what amount? Can I see that reso, please?
Councillor Kaufman's amount for Southern Alberta Ethnic Association was $69,210 in 2021 and $66,510 in 2022.
And Councillor Miyachiro's we saw is even higher than that. So my question is, I guess I'll address this to Councillor Kaufman first. If they have approved of 28.1 for 2021 and 2022, how do you say that they're getting a reduction by going to 69,200 and a reduction in 2022 with your number of 66.5?
Thank you, Councillor Morrow. Based on the same book that I'm looking at, that you're looking at, my original thought was that the ask was for going to 105,000. Not recognizing that they had changed that through their presentation or through their numbers in the presentation they did yesterday, the 27% reduction. This is still a new ask. Yes, so they do have the base funding as the treasurer has just identified. What I was proposing was based on their original / new ask, it was the additional 10%. Councillor Miyashiro is saying that they've already identified a 27% reduction in what their need was, and therefore was feeling that the additional 10% was too, and I believe the word draconian was the word that he used. So the figure that I was proposing was a 10% reduction on the amended dollar amount, and I believe what Councillor Miyashiro is proposing is the amended amount only. Does that clarify?
Yeah, thank you. And my final question, thanks for the latitude, Deputy Mayor. My final question to the city treasurer. So in the budget right now is the 28,100 as you stated. Am I to assume then that that is now off the table and we're dealing with Councillor Kaufman's number and Deputy Mayor Miyashiro's number? Or does that 28.1 stay in as base plus whatever of these two numbers council decides?
The request,
Which one is?
Councillor Morrow, the request on the sheet is over and above the $28,100 that's currently in base.
So they will get the 28.1 plus whatever that number is today.
If council approves this, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Welcome. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Sorry, I was just got a little more confused here. So 28,100, if that was the base budget, it's a 273% increase to the 76.9. But again, as Councillor Morrow had indicated, 28.1, it was confirmed is currently in that base budget. So it'd be 28.1 plus the additional. So it could be up to that 105 or 76.9 plus 28 or whatever that number is that council decides today. So it's not the flat 76,000. That's in addition to the 28,100. I just want to confirm that again.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would say it's erroneous to say that there's that large of an increase because when we did the original budget, these were amounts that were over their base and they wanted to increase their base. And council at that time said, no, we'll give you this much money and we will take it out of MRSR. So the base didn't increase at all. So it's really not an increase from their base. This is additional to what their ask was 2 years ago. Does that make sense?
Yeah, not really, to be honest with you, but that's why I wanted it tabled, and I'm confused here on what's happening, but that's okay. If everyone else is on board, it's just me.
Thank you. Any debate on the amendment for the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do appreciate your thoughts on this. However, I won't be supporting this amendment. I think Councillor Kaufman took the figures that every group presented to us in their ask. If we're going to go through what their original ask was and see how they've changed it, I think we'd be starting over again. We'd be here all day. The groups asked for a certain amount, and I think what Councillor Kaufman is trying to say is we're trying corporately to reduce by 5 to 10%. And we only think it's fair that the community groups that we partner with, that we ask them to try the same thing. And so I think we need to choose one standard for all of the groups in this resolution and not pick and choose. I know that I'm just quickly trying to go through the original asks and the amended asks, and some groups have asked, as you said, have found a way to reduce by nearly 30%, and that's awesome. Others have found ways to reduce by 12% already, and that's awesome. Others have increased their ask, and so that's a challenge. But I think amending one and not amending the others would just be unfair and create an unequal playing field in the community. So I appreciate what your thoughts were, but I won't support the amendment. Sorry.
Any other debate? I see none, so I'll close.
I do have my hand up.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just in light of some of the conversations I had earlier, this has been confusing. A lot of different numbers up and down, new presentations, old presentations, numbers that were provided, numbers that have changed with presentation. I feel uncomfortable in voting in favor of this as much as I truly appreciate this organization. And I think that there should be some form of funding for them, but I just don't have the information needed to make a transparent decision for that matter. And so for that reason, I just can't support it at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, wait a minute, because it seems like there's a little bit of a lag.
I've got, I just support your initiative here because as you point out, yes, they did come with a 30% decrease in their ask, and as you say, to cut them even more from that ask is punitive. So I do support your resolution, and to Councillor Carlson's point, maybe that could be the point to also amend that ask as well, based on the amount that was presented at council yesterday.
Thank you. Any other debate? I see none. To close this, I will just say, and I've said it before, that we had an organization came to us yesterday with an almost 30% decrease in their ask from what was in our book. For an organization to dig down and say, look, we can make it because of whatever reason, we're not asking as much money from you, and voluntarily took a big hit in what their ask was. I don't think it's fair to us to say, well, thanks, but we're going to take another 10%. Regardless of whether any other organization has done the same or not, this amendment is about the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association, and I ask my colleagues to support this. Call the question.
On the amendment for Initiative A141 for the Southern Alberta Ethnic Association to revise the numbers in Councillor Kaufman's motion from 2021 69,210 to 76,900, and for 2022 from 66,510 to 73,900. Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Carried 6-3.
Thank you. Back to the original motion. Any councillors want to make any further amendments to the amounts? The original motion will now read that the funding will come from MRSR and that the Ethnic Association will receive 76.9 in 2021 and 73.9 in 2022. I'll open this up for questions. Councillor Morrow?
Actually, thanks, Deputy Mayor. You answered my questions with your, what you just told us. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan.
Blaine, you're on mute.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. So in light of the base budget item as well as the ask, can someone please help me understand if this amount does have a reduction from 28.1 and add the new number, which is, I'm sure it was the new number was 73, which is a reduction. Sorry, I'm trying to do my math here. Is it down from the original ask by what percentage? Because it's my understanding 28.1 will be included in this, correct?
No, 28.1's in the base already. This is additional. This was additional because council didn't give them an additional base funding in 2018. So this was to top up what their actual base was to what their ask was back in 2018. Council back then said, here, we'll give you this much. out of taxation, and then we will use the rest that you asked for out of MRSR. And then we only gave them money for 2 years. That's why we're here today. They need to survive for the next 2 years. Hopefully,
But we did
hopefully
give them money
longer.
but we did give money for 4 years, because we've just heard 28.1 for 2021 and 2022 if nothing was done. So I'm just, that's why my question is, it's not a zero for 2021 and 2022. You said that we only had it for 19 and 20, but 2021 and 2022 is 28.1, I thought. Am I wrong in saying that?
That's correct. And for 2021 and 2022, the base budget for Southern Alberta Ethnic Association is 28,100. This 76,900 will be over and above that amount on a one-time funding source, if approved from the MRSR.
Thank you. So again, that there was funding for 2 more years. Thank you.
I don't understand that.
We're all confused, Rob, and that's what's frustrating.
No, I didn't understand your question.
Well, you just said that there was no money for 2021 and 2022. There was nothing in a base budget, and it was just confirmed that it's 28,100.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said there was money in their base budget. This was to make up for what they asked in 2018 for their base. We gave them X dollars for their base. The rest we topped up with MRSR dollars. So on all 5 of these, they carried dollars through from their base till now, and these numbers reflect the additional funding that they were asking for operations. Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to get clarification on the Nikayuka Japanese Gardens. The 45,000, that is their one-time allocation request for 2021, correct? With the 10% reduction, and also the next one is the 89,000 for 2022, the 10% reduction, and that's correct, right? And then they're still requesting a 10% off of 221,190 for 2021. Just, am I asking the right question?
Councillor Campbell, are you asking, I think what you're asking is, based on the resolution,
Right.
then Nikayuka asked for one-time funding in 2021
Of
and
50,000.
2022 of 50,000 and 99,000.
Right.
Based on the calculation that Councillor Kaufman did, it was reduced by 10% for both of those. And then Nikayuka asked for $171,190 in 2021 and 2022, which was being requested as ongoing tax-funded support. And based on this resolution, that is changed to one-time funding from the MRSR and reduced by 10% as well.
Okay. Now the net expenditure I'm seeing of 220 or 221,190, is that will be included in their ask?
The 221,190 on A142 is the total of both the one-time ask and the ongoing 1,000 one-time, plus the 154,071 in 2021.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor, sorry to interrupt, it's Joe. I must have missed something here.
Hang on, Councillor Morrow. Councillor Campbell's just asked a question. Can you just hang on a second?
No, but are we dealing, are we dealing with all of these now? I thought we were dealing with your amendment, and it was just dealing with the Ethnic Association.
And we finished that already. We're now voting on discussing the whole amendment, or the whole resolution.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may, those totals would change to the 2021 amount asked for Nika Yuko is $199,071. And then in 2022, assuming my math, I did it right, is $243,171. So those two numbers need to be totaled.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan?
I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just for clarity's sake, all of these organizations that we're discussing do have ongoing fee-for-service agreements with us. And those aren't what we're discussing today. Those were set back in 2018. What we didn't do in 2018 was provide for the ongoing increases that they all presented to us. And that's what we're taking care of here. So this won't affect the previously agreed fee for service. This is the ones that we, for lack of a better term, dithered on in 2018 and are just finishing up now.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you. My question to the city treasurer. City treasurer, I'm sorry to have to put you through this, but, and again, I'm sorry, I'm home and I'm doing the best I can. Could you please provide for these five, A139 all the way through, because I'm looking again at my white sheets. So could you please tell me, sorry, excuse me. Well, first, let me ask the question. If we were to vote no to every one of these, they would still be receiving funding, correct?
That is correct.
And they would be receiving the funding that I am looking at in my white pages, A139 all the way to A1, whatever the last one is. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, would you please, just so we have it all, go through these one by one and tell me what should be under 2021 and 2022 for these organizations? Or am I totally out of whack here, and is that not important?
If I could get, I'm just going to send, so this is based on the original ask. So I haven't had a chance to update it yet, but I'm just going to share something with Mr. Westerson and he can bring it up on the screen. And I'm hoping this will help. Each of these community groups currently receive funding in base budget. All of these asks are over and above what is currently in the base. So if you look at the column A shows the community group.
Can you make that bigger for us? I'm sorry.
And what is in column B and C is ongoing, currently in base for these community groups.
Okay, so can I just pick one just so I understand? So Allied Arts Council shows 2021 $246,000. They get that no matter what we do today.
That is correct.
So today, whatever we give them is over and above that $246,000.
Yes. So you'll see in column F and G, this is the original asks. Obviously, some things have changed, but those are all, the columns F and G are now all reduced by 10%. But those are what column F and G is based on the sheets.
Okay, but here's the problem that I'm having, and maybe I'm not good at math, but if it shows ongoing current base of 2021 is $246,000, and we are asking them to reduce by 10%. we're giving them an additional 95,000 in 2021. How is that a reduction of 10%?
Council Kaufman has taken the additional asks. So Allied Arts Council is asking for an additional 95,657, and he has reduced that ask by 10%.
And their ask is over and above what that $246,000 that you showed us in the column.
That's right.
Okay, so let me just, I'm gonna be very simple, I'm gonna say it right now. If I believe that none of these organizations should get any more money except for what they are receiving in the base, does that mean I just vote no to every one of these?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
My hand's down, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson, do you have your hand up still?
I do not.
Acting Mayor Hagan?
No hand up, no?
Okay, thank you. I will go back to the mover of the amended resolution, Councillor Kaufman.
Yes, can I help you?
Did you want to close?
Are we closing or are we having debate?
Well, we just finished debate.
That was questions, wasn't it?
Councillor
Yeah, I was
Carlson.
under the impression it was
Okay, sorry.
questions.
I asked for debate, no one said anything, so Councillor Carlson?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I misunderstood. I did want in for debate, not for questions, so thank you for indulging me. I will be supporting this. This is basically it's correcting our budget of 2018 where, as I said earlier, where we put off making this decision because we were doing some work on our fee-for-service agreements. We were trying to harmonize all of our fee-for-service agreements to make sure that they were effective in our community. They had proper measurables in there. And as we come to this, I do agree that had we made these decisions back in 2018, the numbers that we were looking at today would be much higher. The groups have done their work, they've sharpened their pencils, and they've come in with reduced asks. And thank you to Councillor Kaufman. His motion is to say, we appreciate the hard work you've done, but we're going to put you through the same rigor that we've put our staff through and further reduce you and ask you to help us out. We know these are trying times and we've relied on these groups through these trying times. But I think our community gets it, and I think these organizations will get it, that we're all trying to do our best to take a little bit of a pinch right now to see us through. So I appreciate the work that the groups have done over the years, and I appreciate the work that Councillor Kaufman has done to further incite them to keep their pencils sharp. So I will be supporting this, and I look forward to the work that these organizations do in our community over the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You know, we've been working on the Recovery Committee throughout this year on trying to look at ways to support businesses, residents, organizations through these trying times. And we've always been trying to find that balance, how to support everybody as much as we can within our own budget, because of course we're not made of money either, because our money comes from the taxpayers. We absolutely need to save money, but we also know that we need to support the community. For our residents' mental and emotional well-being, we need to maintain those services that are vital to supporting our community. And it has become increasingly clear that arts, sports, music, places of reflection, cultural heritage, nature are vital to our well-being. One of the things this year has taught us is what actually makes community and what we rely on in these trying times. These organizations have helped our entire community keep our spirits up and remind us of what makes our community great through these times. I will support them getting the money. I appreciate the 10% reduction that Councillor Kaufman has brought forward for it. If we'd been looking at their full amount, I would have thought 5%, but since we're looking at the increase we gave in 2018, 10% makes perfect sense, so I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think all of us support these organizations, and I'm not going to support this resolution for the reason being is we're not stopping them from getting the money that they've had in the past. All we've done is told them, like we've told all our other business units, can you just hold the line in these difficult times? And what we're doing now is going way above and beyond what we've asked of all our other business units. True, these are different organizations, but I think at this time, all I'm saying is, we'll give you what you've had in the past. We got to hold the line. And so by voting against it doesn't mean that you don't support these organizations. It means that you support not having had more pressure to the tax base. So I will not be supporting this resolution.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just to add to Councillor Parker's comments, because I share some of those. So I see this totally different. I'm sure you guys realize we have a COVID pandemic. People are staying home. People are losing jobs. They have no money. They don't have any money to go to these places. They can't go to these places because of social distancing. These organizations, as Councillor Parker said, are definitely of value to our community. But I think what COVID is teaching me, has taught me, has made me, and I think many others realize, is that, you know what, we got to learn to deal with less. Having more doesn't necessarily mean it's better. Sometimes having less means it's better. And that is what COVID has taught me. These organizations, if the community thinks they are of significant value, the community will support them. If the community doesn't support them, I'm sorry, then they fall by the wayside, just like everything else in life. And there are some good things that survive, and there are some good things that don't survive. There are many businesses and everywhere in this country and here too, that people just don't have the money. And secondly, I really feel that we are doing a total disservice because we are coming across as being heroes and supporting these organizations, but yet we don't have the you-know-what to put it on the tax base. We're funding these out of one-time funding out of reserves. The reserve comes from the taxpayer. And what we're doing is we're coming across as being nice guys and gals supporting these organizations, but yet we're adding the pressure to the next budget, to the next council. How good is that? How do we look at ourselves and say, I am helping these organizations, but I don't have to worry because we got a gazillion $million in our reserves. Let next council deal with the pressure. The pressure is ours. The pressure is ours. We decided to open this budget because we understand life happens. Things change in life. And you know what? We might even have to look at this next year because we don't know what COVID's going to do. We don't have a crystal ball. So what you guys are doing is you're coming across as being heroes by supporting these organizations, putting pressure to the next budget, and you're not really taking into consideration that there's people in this community that are having a tough time paying their bills and putting food on the table. For those reasons, I will not support this resolution.
Mayor Spearman.
I will support this resolution. We're all in this together. And this money is for 2021, and I think what we need to have is programs for people to look forward to after we come out of the current phase that we're in terms of COVID. So I think people are looking for things that will improve their quality of life. We have a lot of natural assets in the city of Lethbridge, and we have some great organizations that provide programs and opportunities for people at far lesser cost than it would take if we did it as the city of Lethbridge. So I think this is an opportunity to offer hope to families and others as the restrictions ease when we get this virus and pandemic under control. So for those reasons, I will offer hope and I will support this resolution.
Councillor Carlson, you had a point of clarification. I'll allow the point of clarification, but nothing else.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just one of my colleagues said that they were not supporting this because it was new money over and above what these organizations receive. And I don't believe that is true. We approved 2 years of budget for these people that included actually these amounts and more.
Yeah. Certainly, that's
only,
been answered 3 times already.
But in debate, it was said that this is a huge increase to these groups. It's actually not. Yeah. It's confirming.
Okay, no, thank you. We got it.
With reductions.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin, what would you like to say? And you've already done your debate, have you not?
I haven't done my debate, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So yes, just following up to what some of my previous colleagues have mentioned, we are in trying times due to COVID. We are having less people go to these facilities. I love these facilities. I think they're great. We do have a base budget for them right now. We ask these facilities to come in, and these different groups and organizations to come in with a 5 or a 10% reduction. What we've seen is the base budget, there's been addition to the base budget and then a reduction off of just those additional asks. So I know with possible lockdowns in the future and people not getting these facilities, we need to do more with less. And there's multiple people out there. I know from the business community, the struggles that we are all going through right now. I have to do more with less and hope to get through this pandemic. Again, there was additional asks. There was a 5% discount on the additional asks, but not on the base budget. We need to tighten the purse strings. I support these organizations. They will continue going forward with the base funding that we do have. For that reason, I just cannot support this at this time.
Thank you. I will fully support this. I think there's the real misunderstanding that not-for-profits don't make good use of their money, and I think that's something that we need to stop thinking right now. Is that when we talk about doing more with less, there's no sector that does more with less than the not-for-profit sector. That have to skimp and scrape for every dollar they spend. There was a question about, do we not have more sponsorships for different events? Well, during COVID, sponsorships aren't that easy to get. And you're right. A lot of these organizations depend on feet through the door. However, if we just let them die and crash, it will be exceedingly difficult to get these kind of services back in the community. And it'll be exceedingly difficult for us to buy in even more in the next budget phase. Yes, I agree with my colleagues that we're just pushing this off to the next council, but we did do this to ourselves. We were the council that approved the budget in 2018. And now we're making a decision to keep funding these organizations, and hopefully the next council will see it in their hearts to fully fund these organizations. So I will fully support this. Councillor Campbell.
I totally will support the initiatives here, and I consider these organizations, which have been around for decades, who are providing, as Mr. Spearman said, this is a hopeful time where they can bring that hope. And yes, they've been widely affected by COVID, and all these organizations have done the pivot to online and to really trying to make their presence known in another totally different way. And and again, as some colleagues have said, they've gone through it as well, through the they do so much with so little already. And these organizations have also come forward with their own reductions, and I support what they've been trying to do. So this is the soul of our community, and I support this resolution.
Councillor Kaufman, would you like to close?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. COVID sucks, which I think is probably the understatement of 2020. I think we'd all prefer to be in the room together doing this. The process does make it a bit more of a challenge. Budget deliberations can be stressful to start with. We're all incredibly passionate about how we approach funding for our community, for our organization. And this does make it a challenge, but we're pushing through that, and I'm happy to see that. There's an awful lot to unpack in terms of what was being said during questions and during debate. Couple of points certainly stand out. We have fee-for-service agreements with several organizations in our community. The decision to go fee-for-service agreements was made many, many years ago, a couple of decades, if not three, at least 3 decades ago. It's a different way of providing service to a community. Perhaps what the next council needs to do, the 9 people who gather starting in November of 2021, is they need to sit down and review this and make the determination as to whether or not this is something that they wish to continue through. Is this a way that they wish to continue to provide the service? These, the motion that's in front of you does not have this funding in the base budget, because the value conversation needs to occur. I do believe that the next group of people sitting here are going to look at these and understand that the value that they provide to the community, and will then address it through the budget, address it through their various fee-for-service agreements. That conversation needs to happen. And now we've kind of created that opportunity. This is not about putting it off to the right. This is about actually creating the space to create the conversation. When we talk about community values, I think we've all stated that the community appreciates and values what is being provided by these 5 organizations and the others for which we have a fee-for-service agreement. The thing that strikes me is that I always remember that the budget is the constitution of the municipality. And what that means is that when we value something, we're going to fund it, because nothing gets done in a municipality by the organization if it's not in the budget. We can say that we support something, we can say that we appreciate something. It's about having that value stated in our constitution, stated in our budget. And we sit here as representatives of the community, and we all represent different aspects of the community. None of us represents all of it. We represent aspects of the community. And so it's about these values congregating during budget deliberations and hands going up. We all recognize that everybody is suffering. In fact, that's one of the preambles of this particular motion. But I do believe that the value that these 5 organizations offer are values that are appreciated and required, needed within our community. And that's why I've put this motion together. I do appreciate each of you, your patience in dealing with this. The next time I write a motion at 1:45 in the morning, I will take a step back, certainly, and make sure I've got it written clearly. This is a complicated matter. It's a complicated issue, but we're pushing through with this. I actually did have a final statement, and I don't see it on my scribbled notes here, so I would just ask members of Finance Committee to support the motion. Call the question.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Call the roll, please.
On the main motion as amended for initiatives A139 to A144, Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman. Councillor Kaufman.
Sorry, yes, in favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Unfortunately opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Carried 6-3.
Thank you very much. That's a very full morning we had. I will now recess Finance Committee until 1 p.m. Good afternoon. I'd like us to go back into session for Finance Committee. We are, according to order of business, we're going to look at Initiative A5, which is the in-home wastewater system. In-home wastewater service. We had a resolution from Councillor Kaufman that is being put up.
There was one item may have been Mr. Councilor Michelle, unless it's being done on purpose, but there was Alpha 146 there, number 4.
Oh, A4, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's not on my list. Let's do A4 then first. Reduction to sanitary sewer rehabilitation program. Yeah, we'll take some questions on this one first. This is the, so are there questions on A4? This one, it's a blue one. The first blue one, I think. Councillor Kaufman? Go ahead, Councillor Kaufman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. We're doing A146, correct?
A4 on the blue sheets. Oh, I'm sorry, A146. I missed one, I'm sorry. Yes, you guys are absolutely correct. I am mistaken. Yes, I'm sorry about that. Yes, let's do A146. No wonder why everyone was so confused.
Yes, it's always us, Deputy Mayor.
Well, pretty much, because if I'm not confused in my head, then no one else is.
Thank you. To the city manager designate, just a question about the impact on taxation. It's an addition of 33. Sorry, it's a decrease of $33,000. What I don't know if anybody can address, but within the department where this would come from, is there something in particular that would not be addressed or not be done, or is the department okay actually just without the additional revenue?
Councillor Kaufman, if this wasn't approved, it would likely fall out as a deficit or pressure within the department.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Do you have any other questions? Can the people at home see the recommendation on the screen regarding A146? That the Finance Committee recommend that Council rescind this decision, et cetera, Councilor Carlson?
Thank you. So I see the recommendation. Is it just being proposed that if the department then runs a deficit, this will be back funded from the MRSR? Is that what's being proposed?
So this would be a department deficit that would likely be incurred. And it would, we require that our business unit managers operate within the budget cycle and try and make up what they can. In this instance, this would likely fall out as a deficit at the end of the budget cycle and be rolled into the MRSR as a draw.
Thank you for that, Madam City Treasurer. Would it be better to do a one-time funding for this relief of business license increases from the MRSR in advance, or is it okay to run a deficit and just pull it out at the end?
It would not be my recommendation to fund this on a one-time basis. It just will continue to cause pressures going forward. This would have to be adjusted in the next budget cycle as a pressure at that point in time if council chose to let it fall out as a deficit within the business unit.
Okay, so it wouldn't make sense then to say this is going to be I believe it's $66,000 shortfall in the department that is funded on a one-time basis for 2 years out of MRSR, but starting in 2023, the business license fees will resume as scheduled, and so this would not be an ongoing pressure anymore. Is that a possibility?
Sorry, Councillor Carlson, I wouldn't recommend that it just be funded on a one-time basis. If council does not choose to approve this initiative, it would just require a revenue adjustment or reset in the next budget cycle because they won't achieve their revenue projections for the next 2 years, 2021 and 2022.
Again, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
No, my hand was up from the original question.
Okay, are there any other questions? Do we, someone want to sponsor a resolution based on the recommendation? I will then, if no one else does. Oh, Carlson, you do? Jeff Carlson, your hand's up again.
Oh, I thought I took my hand down. Sorry, I'll check that.
Down now.
I will second Councillor Kaufman.
Okay, thank you. So the resolution will read that Finance Committee recommend the council rescind its decision of December 10th, 2018 for the 2019-2022 operating budget, rates and user fees, business license fees, page 319, columns 2021 and 2022, and hold the business license fees noted in the 2021 and 2022 columns to the business license fees in the 2020 column. Questions? Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. By holding it, does that mean, I want to make sure I get this. If we approve this resolution, that means that, excuse me, business licenses will decrease, which then will cause a $66,000 shortfall over the next 2 years, which is coming out of MRSR. Is that correct?
Councillor Morrow, if this initiative sheet is approved, there will be a pressure that would be addressed through taxation collection in the amount of $33,000 per year. If this is not approved, the Reg Services would keep their revenue amounts as they were budgeted in 2018, and they will incur a deficit, likely incur a deficit, because the business license fee was not increased in 2021 and 2022. And at the end of that budget cycle, then any deficits incurred would roll into the MRSR.
So if I vote no to this, what am I doing? What in effect am I doing?
If you vote no to this, well, there's two things. If you vote no to not...
To the reso.
So my interpretation of the reso is that it's specifically saying that City Council will not support a rate increase to business license fees in 2021 and 2022. This resolution doesn't address, in my opinion, A146, which is that revenue loss would be adjusted to taxation. I think it's kind of two decisions that are required, because the business license fee increase was approved in the operating budget in 2018, and that decision is being rescinded, which is what is on the screen. And I think then there should my recommendation would be, just so we're clear, then there should be a vote on A146 to confirm if council wants us to adjust the revenue for reg services or not.
Okay, I'm just wondering when we're gonna start making things simple for us to understand and for the community to understand. So if I vote no to this, I'm voting that everything stays the same.
If you vote no to what's on the screen,
Yeah.
you are voting against holding business license fees flat.
Right, so business license fees will increase as we usually do every year.
Yes, and if the motion that's on the screen is defeated and all of council or majority of council wants business license fees to be increased, then A146 is withdrawn because it is addressed with the rate increases in 2021 and 2022.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So a question I have is, are we, with the businesses and stuff and the closures that we're having throughout the community, do we have a set amount of how many businesses that we have throughout the community, and that's what we are expecting to receive? So a prime example is, say if we had 100 businesses that were in the community and now this year we have 80, are we already not going to show a deficit going forward, because of course we're expecting to be more businesses in the community than what there currently is? How do we address that?
Councillor Higgin, that's correct. So this $33,000 is an estimate because we cannot forecast how many business licenses we will actually receive in a given year. And so this is an estimate. And so that's why I said it's likely that they will receive a deficit or incur a deficit, because we could have more business licenses than we anticipated, or we could have less, and chances are probably that we'll have less. So not increasing the rate in 2021 and 2022 will further compound their deficit should the number of business licenses reduce.
Thank you for that.
Councilor Carlson, do you have another question?
My question was asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on to debate. I will go right into debate. Does the Councilor Finance Committee want to debate this motion? I see none. Then I will just go to the question. Is anyone opposed to this resolution?
Yes, Joe is.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
And Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
That carries 7-2.
Thank you. Next item is A5, in-home wastewater service.
Councillor Miyashiro, or sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just a quick question. So there is no companion motion to add this to taxation, correct?
There was no companion motion to add that to taxation.
Okay. The A146 that we just voted on. Thank you.
Okay. A5, in-home wastewater services. We had a resolution from Councillor Kaufman.
Deputy Mayor, if I can, I had sent that motion to the CAO, who I believe has circulated it with the treasurer and possibly others. It's actually proposing a program that may or may not address A5. And the CIO had indicated to me this morning that it may take a bit of time to kind of vet out what has been proposed. So I'm not certain if we want to actually deal with it or if we want to just table this one to a little further down the road.
Right, or do you want to withdraw, if it's not going to reduce the charge that we were looking at, do you want to just withdraw it? Or do you want us to debate
Well,
it still?
the challenge that I have is that it still does actually move ahead with the program, but it establishes a condition under which we actually help to deal with the problem.
Right.
We, as mentioned, Councillor Kaufman, I'd indicated that we would look at this and get back to you with comments. I'm not sure that we're in a position to do that. I see Mr. Hawkins might have something to add.
I have circulated this with a couple members of staff, just in terms of our preliminary assessment of this. In the context of A5, it really doesn't address A5. A5 contemplates a fee for service or a reduction in this service in order to achieve a savings for the wastewater utility. What our understanding of the intent of Councillor Kaufman's resolution is, while it goes to the root of the problem, it's about a capital program, and a capital program both for dealing with the public side of the service connections as well as the private side, and doing it jointly in a fashion that we ultimately resolve these old clay line or replace these old clay services and reduce or eliminate future root intrusions going forward in these older neighborhoods. That is a CIP project, as we would understand it. To the extent that we understand how many of these services exist, this could be a $6 to $10 million program over an extended period of time that would require council consideration. And we would need time, as Councillor Kaufman has indicated, to assess what that program would look like and how it would roll out. But my suggestion is that it is different than what we're trying to do this week in the context of budget reductions. And it doesn't address whether or not council fundamentally wants to do some kind of a chargeback or a fee for service for private side obstructions. I think you still need to decide to what extent you want us to develop a fee schedule specific to addressing private blockages that we currently clear for free on behalf of the community and on the backs of all wastewater utility ratepayers. So that would be our initial assessment of what's being proposed right now. What Councillor Kaufman is proposing makes a lot of sense, but I think there's a different place to have that conversation, and it's more likely during CIP deliberations.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Hawkins and I have not had an opportunity to talk about this because he wasn't up at 12:45 a.m. So the tie-in that I see is the understanding that we have what we recognize by Mr. Coates' presentation of habitual problems, and we know where those are. If we were approving a rate increase, it would not address those particular issues. But given what Mr. Hawkins has stated, I will withdraw the motion and looking at it, presenting it to City Council with a recommendation to be forwarded to CIP. So thank you. I'll withdraw the motion.
Thank you. And we still need to deal with this today. I would introduce a motion that we look at option 2 where we do charges, but only where the blockage is on the private side of the property line. And in discussion with Mr. Kelp and Mr. Hawkins, they said that's doable based on the information they have.
So maybe I can just chime in. So we have, that was, I think, I missed last week's council meeting, but I understand from talking to Mr. Cope and Mr. Sanchez that was sort of where council was leaning by the end of that meeting, albeit that they wanted to refer it to this Finance Committee this week. If that is the direction council wants to take, is that specifically develop a fee charge or a fee-for-service charge or a chargeback only for private blockages, regardless of what those look like, then A5 overstates the revenue potential there, because it does recognize that there's a lot of work that we do on the public side because of route intrusions. So we would be suggesting that A5 be revised downward by $100,000 in each of 2021 and 2022. And then the companion piece to that would be then on A4, in order to achieve council's targeted 0% wastewater rate increase, is that we would increase or increase the budget reduction associated with A4, which was the sanitary sewer rehab program. So these two work in companion in terms of ultimately achieving a 0% rate increase for wastewater in 2021. So right now, if that's the direction council wants to go on A5, is for only us to focus on a chargeback for private side obstructions, then we need to restate A5 and then restate A4 accordingly to make sure we achieve the right base adjustment for the wastewater utility.
Deputy Mayor, point of order. Sorry, point of order. It's Joe. I hate to interrupt. We withdrew A5. Why are we discussing A5?
It's the next on our list.
Sorry, Councilor Morrow. Yeah, I withdrew my motion, which is going to be different than addressing A5. So my motion has been withdrawn. What we need now is a motion to deal with A5, and that's what Councilor Miyashiro has just proposed. So it's only my motion on A5 that's been withdrawn. I haven't withdrawn A5. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, I thought that by withdrawing your motion, A5 is being referred to CIP. That's how I understood it.
No, Councillor Kaufman's motion will be discussed at council to be referred to CIP. Councillor Kaufman's motion had as much to do with the construction of pipes and replacement of pipes as it does to mitigate the costs of routing out the pipes.
Okay, so now we are dealing with A5 in my book, blue sheets.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And this is the 200,000 that we would save if we charge to do the whatever you call it. Can't think of it.
Yeah.
On private property.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's what you're suggesting. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. Thank you.
City Manager.
If I could just clarify the distinction about public or city and private property. For blockages on private property in cases where the only trees in the vicinity are city trees, would that be covered under that? That was raised. I just wanted to make sure that was.
That's correct.
Okay.
Again, it's me. So point of clarification, point of order, point of whatever you want to call it. Councillor Kaufman just emailed me his A5 resolution. Was that even read, and was that put up on the screen before we even started debate or questions? Like, if we're going to do it, let's do it right. I don't recall seeing that
Councillor
until
Morrow.
now.
Councillor Kaufman was invited to present his resolution. We asked for questions. Mr. Hawkins gave a response to the resolution that was presented.
I understand that, but did you read it? Was this resolution read?
And then Councillor Kaufman withdrew it. So despite if anyone read it or not, Councillor Kaufman withdrew it before we had an opportunity to do that.
Well, I'm sorry. The process, the way I understand it, and I'm not trying to be picky, but it's even more difficult now because many of us are not in the same room as you are. This resolution, unless I'm blind and deaf, was not read, nor did I see it on the screen. So therefore, it did not exist from my perspective, and yet we withdrew it. All I'm saying is,
It doesn't exist from your perspective because Councillor Kaufman withdrew it. As soon as Councillor Kaufman withdrew it, it's not debatable.
you're missing the point. The point is, if there's a resolution brought forward by anybody, it needs to be read first, needs to have a seconder, and if that's the case, it needs to be put on the screen so everybody can see it. Then we question and do what we want. Then the mover, if he or she decides, wants to withdraw it, it's withdrawn. We're not doing this properly. You're leaving us confused.
Deputy Mayor, may I respond to Councillor Morrow?
Feel free.
Please, thank you. Councillor Morrow, you're actually absolutely correct. Councillor Miyashiro asked if I was going to be putting the motion forward. I had not had any indication back from CAO or anybody that this had gone through any sort of consideration. So I was looking to actually postpone conversation on A5. You're absolutely correct. My motion was not read, so was not part of the process to be withdrawn. So I was mistaken to say that I withdraw the motion. Probably the language I should have used is I will not be presenting this motion for this item today. I'll bring it forward to council to have it forwarded to CIP. So you're absolutely correct. It wasn't introduced, and I'm not withdrawing it. I'm just not going to put it forward here in this forum for debate today. Does that clarify it?
Very much so. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm just wondering how we can have questions and debate on something that we haven't even seen. Thank you, Councillor Kaufman.
Yeah, my apologies to my colleagues. Thank you for your patience with me. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
All right, so can you put that up on the screen, the resolution? And then we'll get a seconder for it.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, I'd just like to clarify that this motion was amended to see what it is on the screen at the November 16th meeting. So there was option 2, I believe. It was amended and then it was referred. So we're putting up the motion that was amended because it was voted on.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Is everybody clear on what the clerk just said? So in terms of process, is everyone clear on what the clerk has said? Is there any questions on what the clerk has just described?
Carlson. Go ahead. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In light of what Mr. Hawkins said after reviewing it, do we need to then also further that the sheet A5 be revised to show a $100,000 benefit to the city, to the waste and water utility?
Sorry, what I'm not sure what you're talking about. You're talking about the blue sheet? We have to amend the blue sheet?
Yeah, because A5 was crafted without the for all blockages on the private portion, so it contemplates $200,000 savings.
Right.
I believe Mr. Hawkins say that's now a $100,000 savings, so we need to amend the blue sheet appropriately, I assume.
Well, I'll ask the city treasurer. So once we pass, if we pass this, it becomes $100,000 anyway. Does the blue sheet need to be changed in order for us to make a decision?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, I would just suggest that it be included in the resolution to say 100,000, and then we would revise the information accordingly.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just further to a question that the city manager had for Mr. Hawkins, if there's no trees, if I understand it correctly, if there's no trees on the customer's property and just on the street, and yet you're finding concerns at the residence, would that this would be included? They would still do it free of charge. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, there clearly be some judgment exercised by the field staff with respect to the roots, the root cause of the roots. Pardon my pun, but the
but if they don't have a tree on their yard,
arguably if it's just a boulevard tree And the blockage, likely the blockage is occurring as a result of that tree. You're right, we wouldn't pass on those charges in that instance. I think what we're revisiting the proposed charges that were presented at council on November 2nd in light of this likely direction of council, so that there is greater clarity when we go to a customer's or a homeowner's property to distinguish at what point a chargeback would actually apply to them. And we would bring that forward in the form of a fee schedule to the waste bylaw and have council approve that before we implemented any of this. But based on the direction, based on this draft resolution that's up there right now, we would expect half of what we anticipated in potential revenue. And so that's why A5 needs to be amended downwards to reflect a lesser recovery from private homeowners.
Thank you.
Any more questions? So sorry, Madam Clerk, the city, we can't read this as a city council resolution. Finance Committee. Okay. So I'd like to read what I have. And this was an item that was referred from the November 16th, 2020 council meeting. It's a report on phase 2 operational review opportunity regarding in-home wastewater services. Be resolved that Finance Committee recommend to City Council to continue the provision of in-home services on demand 24/7, but implement a charge for all blockages on the private portion of the property line in the sewer charges bylaw effective January 1st, 2021. And we should probably put in $100,000 estimated savings somewhere in there, or estimated net. Not sure where we put that though. So it could be effective January 1st, 2021, resulting in an estimated net cost of $100,000. Revenue? Estimated revenue of $100,000.
Could I just suggest a slightly different effective date as well? In talking with the operations staff, a March 1st date would be a more realistic date to actually have all of the bylaw in place and the necessary communication materials available for the public for us to implement it. So if we could change that to March 1st, that
do that.
Time to pull that together.
Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Campbell? Questions? Sorry, say that again. I'm just going to add some revised wording from Okay, before I read it again, we're just looking at some wording changes.
Yeah, it'll say with an anticipated revenue of $100,000.
Okay, thank you. So the clerk had a wording change to make it more clear. So be it resolved, the Finance Committee recommend that City Council continue the provision of in-home services on demand 24/7, but implement a charge for all blockages on the private portion of the property line in the sewer charges bylaw, effective March 1st, 2021, with an anticipated revenue of $100,000. Questions? I see no questions. Debate? Does anyone want to start debate? Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supporting this. I know this is still not going to make everybody happy, There are certainly people who live in some older areas who have routine problems every year, but sometimes compromise is needed. And we know one of the things coming out of the survey is that the public would like to see more charges instead of more tax money being spent. And this sort of finds that middle ground. If it's on our property, if we're causing the problem, we will deal with it. But we also have to realize that the problem is coming from people's own trees, etc., that we require some payment to be made. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. I see no other debate. Sorry, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. Well, I see this different. This to me is a service that we are providing, and we've been providing. It's a service that we're not charging. So two things come to my mind. Number one, as soon as we start charging, I'm beginning to believe that now we are competing with the private sector who already does this. So I don't like that part of it. And number two, the most important part is, all I can see is that the very first time this is going to happen, you're going to have a heated argument between the resident and the city, and there's going to be finger pointing as, no, you're at fault, no, you're at fault, no, you, no, you. I see this going on, and I see that this is not going to solve any problem. I believe that this is a service that I understand it's costing us, what we just heard, $100,000. We could save $100,000, and I am definitely for saving, but I'm anticipating that this will create more of a problem, more confusion, more arguments between the city and the resident. And you know what? This to me is a small thing, because obviously if it's $100,000 in a whatever 350, whatever our overall budget is, this is something that I'm willing to accept. So I'm not supporting the resolution.
There are no more hands up. I'll ask the city clerk to call the question, or to ask the question. Roll call, please.
On the main motion as amended on the screen for Budget Reduction Initiative A5, Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor?
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
That carries 6-3.
Thank you. Next item is A144, council wage reduction. This council wage reduction actually has two parts to it. Councillor Hagan had an OBR from November 16th that was referred to Finance Committee at a 10% reduction for council weight salary. Second part is Councillor Crowson submitted A144 for a wage freeze for mayor and council. I'm not sure how to, I'm not sure where we go, where do we go with this one?
I believe it's in the agenda, the OBR that was forwarded. 417, I believe, the item number. So I think we'll just bring up the OBR and go through them one by one on the screen there.
Deal with the OBR first.
I think you have to deal with the OBR in conjunction with any budget initiatives that were already in the budget binder. Some are contrary, so we'll have to deal with those together.
Is Finance Committee clear on that? The clerk's ruling is that the initial work the initiative to reduce wage is similar to a initiative that's been put into the binder, so we need to deal with them both at the same time.
For the first one, A144, the council wage reduction, Councillor Croson had suggested a 0% wage, I guess a wage freeze, and that is indicated in A144. And then last week at council, Councillor Higgin had introduced a 10% reduction in the councillor's wage.
So what, point of order or clarification?
Go ahead.
So are we dealing with in the order they were submitted?
Well, these ones are contrary, so whichever one gets put on the floor first, I guess, and voted on. If that one passes, it passes. If it fails, then the other one would get put on the floor. However, council wants to proceed with this, or
I think in fairness, as the chair, I will have to deal with Councillor Higgins first. It was an OBR that came on November the 16th. And I believe that we should deal with that one first. And either way, if we deal with either one, then we have to deal with the other one anyway. So if we deal with Councillor Higgins first, we have the resolution for a 10% salary reduction for City Council for 2021. Was Councillor Higgins, was this for 2021 and 2022?
It's for 2021.
Okay, thank you. At a projected savings of $77,300. Councillor Higgins, would you like to open?
I'll just open up for questions.
Okay, questions? Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I do have a question. We are setting 2021 and 2022 budgets. And so this one is only for 1 year. So if this one is going to be discussed, we would need to know what 2022 would hold under this resolution.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Croson, the same amount would just carry on for both years. If it was a 10% reduction in 2021, then that amount would carry on. It wouldn't have an additional reduction.
So just, it would be a 10% in 2021 and a 0% in 2022?
That's correct.
That's what we're all assuming? I just wanted to make sure we all have the same assumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To the mover or anyone else that might know the answer to this, if I'm voting to reduce my salary, that's fine. How much am I reducing it by? I see the 77.3, but what does that work out to councillor and a mayor?
Pass it on to the city treasurer.
They're getting that right now.
If we're following format, did somebody second this?
It was
I'll
forwarded
second that.
from, okay, I thought it was forwarded from the OBR anyways and didn't have to be, but it still has to have a seconder.
I'll second. Ryan
Yeah,
Parker.
for a referral, it does have to have a seconder.
Sorry, who was the second? Parker? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Yeah, still here.
Okay, well, yeah, we're just waiting.
Just a question, is it possible to have that, and I'm sorry, I've asked a few times in the comments, and I don't know if it's even possible for at home, to have that on the whole screen, because I'm just seeing all of the members there that are online, and I don't really care as much about that. And I'm just curious to know if we can just have the actual screen with the resolution on our screens at home. Is that possible, or is there an IT issue with that?
It is on my screen, so it might be how you have your screen set up.
Yep. Blaine, if you pin Ryan Westerson.
Oh, okay, I will do that. So you're showing a full screen then, the page then, is that correct?
Yep.
Oh,
Just
thank you.
Click the 3 dots on Ryan Westerson and click pin.
Need
Hagan,
to
you
update
realize
my
you're getting
Teams,
tech,
obviously.
Councillor Hagan, you're getting tech advice from Councillor Carlson. I want you to realize that.
I was, I was laughing about that exact thing, so thank you. I muted myself before I did, but you're right.
You're not living this one
Back
down.
in my day, I would just get a pair of binoculars.
Open up your journal again there, your diary, Councillor Carlson.
I need a new journal.
Oh, it's only the second day, you guys.
Do we also have a number 3 on this one? Because there was 3 that were forwarded, correct? Is there? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, for the experience of time, if somebody wants just to answer that question before we vote on it, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
I think they have it.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Kaufman. I think it's approximately, for the individual councillors, it'd be a wage reduction of approximately $7,400 for the year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? No questions? Go to debate. Councillor Hagan, do you want to open?
Open for debate. I'll wait, save for closing.
Thank you. Debate. Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing this resolution forward. Makes sense when we're asking all of our business units to take a 10% reduction. It only makes sense for us being an example, and I will certainly support this.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Following the appropriate protocol, I brought A144 forward to the budget binder several weeks ago because I realized there was nothing in there about our own wages. And I submitted it because I wanted something that we could debate and bring potential amendments for. And so I see this essentially as an amendment to what I had incorporated into the budget binder. So I will be supporting this because I was hoping, as I said, that it would lead to some discussion. As Councillor Campbell said, if we are asking everyone else to take cuts, we have to lead. And so I have no problems at all with this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. Just to follow up on that, we've asked our business units, we've asked our community groups to find ways to reduce, and I think it shows leadership by us doing this as well, so I will be supporting this.
Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, my hand was up for questions earlier.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will support this as well. I was asking about the amount to be cut back because members of council hadn't been advised, and I think you lead by example, so I will support the motion.
Councillor Morrow.
With your permission, Deputy Mayor, I know we're not in questions, but what I'm hearing has triggered a question that I think I would like to ask if you will allow me to.
Who would you like to ask it of? The mover?
No, the city treasurer, or sure. city manager or city treasurer.
And it's relevant to your decision?
Well, yes and no. It's relevant if
Okay,
you'll
go
allow
ahead.
me.
Go ahead.
The question is, I think I read in my manual here that there is another resolution where there is a freeze on city employees. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is
Okay, and
the
the
next item coming up, A85.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking that is we are city employees, we as council. So if we approve this, and then there's the other resolution coming where we approve whatever the percentage cut for all staff wages, is that a further effect on council?
I would not think so.
Well, we're employees, so that's why I just wanted to make sure that we understand that, and that we make that point and we get it clear now rather than later.
The other item directs or contemplates a 0% wage increase for management non-union staff.
Okay, what are would council not fit in that category?
No, we've not considered council in that amount.
Okay, all right, that's what I needed to know. Thank you very much. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. Since we've reopened questions, I hope you'll allow me to ask the question I did have my hand up for earlier. If I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, to the city treasurer.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. One of the concerns I have of this is council has frozen their wages for some time now. This will be a further reduction. By policy, when the next council will be coming in, and what happens in wages by policy? We've talked a lot about putting pressures forward into the next council for them to have to deal with. And I've been on council where all of a sudden you do the policy and you go through the process, and it looks like, well, now we have to do a 23% salary increase just to catch up and become the middle of the pack again. And so I'm just curious, going forward, when would that happen? And what, do we have any idea of what type of increase future city council would be looking at and getting beaten up for increasing their own salaries? Do we have any idea of that?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, through to Councillor Carlson. In the council's remuneration policy, it talks about a review in the first and third year of council's term, and that a market review would be conducted, and the salaries is compared to other municipalities. So without knowing where other municipalities will end up in terms of potential salary adjustments for council, it'd be difficult to say what that might look like in the future.
But would it be likely that going forward, if we've taken 2 years of freezes and then a 10% cut and a 10% and then another freeze, future council would be looking at possibly a 15 to 20% adjustment?
I really can't say without being able to compare to other municipalities. It would just be too difficult. I would envision if no other municipality, if no other city council of other municipalities reduce their salaries, then that would likely be the case. But if all municipalities are reducing their all city councilors are reducing their salaries, potentially, it's just too hard to say. I'm sorry.
Okay, nope, I get it. Thank you.
And I believe a number of other municipalities have taken cuts, the councils have taken cuts as well. Is that correct, Mr. Byrne? Have other councils taken cuts in their pay that you know of?
I'm not sure. Most are talking about freezes. I'm not sure if there's been any salary reductions. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Higgins, do you want to close?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for the debate and questions on this. I'll be very short. We are obviously during trying times here with COVID, and it's an act of leadership, as I had mentioned in the OBR when I first brought it forward. And I again thank everyone for the questions and debate, and I will just call for the vote.
Are there any opposed? There are none opposed. That passes unanimously. Next item is A85. This was referred from November 16th, Councillor Higgins OBR. Management non-union staff 0% wage increase. The OB said, direct the city manager to implement a 0% wage increase for management non-union staff for 2021 at a projected total savings of $513,000, $403,000 tax supported, and $110,000 utility supported and self-supported. Councillor Higgins, did you want a seconder for that as well?
Please.
Do I see a second?
I'll second that. Ryan?
Thank you. Questions?
Councillor Kaufman, yes.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To the Treasurer, we received an updated sheet. I'm just wondering if you can explain the difference between the original 2022 column and the amended 2022 column. And if there are other questions, again, I can step out and wait for a response.
Councillor Kaufman, the original sheet assumed a 0% wage freeze in 2021 and an additional 0 in 2022 based on Councillor Higgins' resolution. The sheet was amended.
Thank you. So it's just the 0 in 2021 on the amended sheet. It's just a 0 in 2021. And then, sorry, were you saying the original sheet was misinterpreted as being a 0 and then back to business as usual? Whereas the amended sheet is the 0 in 2021 and a continuation of that in 2022.
So the original sheet, because it increases, it anticipated a further 0 in 2022. So this is just a 0 in 2021, and then that carries on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. Just related to that, before we go on, is that the savings identified by Councillor Higgins are $513,000, but the numbers you have on A85 in our binder are different, are twice that.
Councillor Miyashiro, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, the amounts included in the A85 are the savings as a result of the 0 that took place in 2020 as well.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think my questions are very much the same. I mean, certainly A85 shows much better savings than the OBR, and I want to make as much savings as possible. So which is accurate? And I think that's the question we're all asking. Is A85 the accurate sheet of what we would be saving with this motion, or is the OBR? Which one has the numbers that we actually need in front of us to make this decision?
The OBR.
The OBR. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would just like an explanation here. I was, when I first brought this resolution forward, had a discussion of a similar to that of council, a 5 to 10% decrease, but it was my understanding, and if the city manager can explain the compression rule that we have, just so that the citizens understand how that works between management and non-management staff, and the reason to why I came up with this 0%.
Councillor Hagan, the advice provided that was that based on the 0% applied to non-union management in 2020, combined with another 0% to non-union management in 2021, and I don't have the figure off the top of my head, but in comparison to union and staff for some of those managers, would have equated to a reduction of upwards of 5%, which would have created some compression issues, wherein in certain parts of the organization, individuals would have been making more than management, which is not a situation you'd look for on its own, but also has recruitment and retention implications. And also when you factor in overtime in some parts of the organization, it was even more significant. The other piece, again, was considering that this portion of the staff, or this group represents about 10% of the staff, that wage reductions, if they were contemplated, would probably be better done within the context of the overall corporation. We have a number of collective bargaining agreements that expire this year or have recently expired. A number are still in effect for another 2 years. So that was the information that I'd provided.
Thank you very much. And I just to confirm, when I went forward with this, there would generally be an increase with the cost of living allowance. And so when we look at a 0%, it's important, I think, that we all know that it is not a zero. It's actually a reduction because it was to go up about 3% is my understanding. So there is a reduction even if it is at zero, because I have been asked that in the community before after the resolution that, well, why are they at zero? But it is my understanding, and if the city treasurer or city manager can confirm, this was actually to go up. So it's considered, I guess, net, that it is actually a reduction and not really 0%, because there was going to be an increase for that cost of living allowance. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. I think my question was just asked, but I want to make sure. First of all, I guess I'll ask a question to the mover. Why did you bring a resolution forward for council to take a 10% decrease, and yet this resolution for our non-union management staff, a wage freeze? What was your thinking there?
The question was exact that I did go forward, Councillor Morrow, with a 5 to 10% and looked at that and sat down with the city manager to further discuss this. And the reason it was the 5 to 10 is what was indicated earlier, that there's already the compression issues throughout management and non-management staff, which would cause concerns, as was indicated earlier by the city manager. And so for that reason, it was, ours does not compare to anything else in our corporation, yet the management did with union staff or non-management staff. So the compression issue is why I did that. And also understanding that there is still a decrease because it is, the cost of living is around 3%. And so that's why I came with what I did.
Understood. Thank you. My other question then, I guess, to the city manager, to the city treasurer, had this resolution not been brought forward, the increase, just so I know and so the public knows, the automatic cost of living increase would have been how much for 2021 and how much for 2022? What percent?
We're tracking that down.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Morrow, the budgeted amounts were 1.75 for 2021 and 2 for 2022.
Okay, so this resolution technically then eliminates management wage increase of 1.75 and the 2% over the 2 years.
Based on the resolution, it would be the 1.75 would be eliminated in 2021.
Okay, so just so if I'm making, and I'm just going to pick an easy number, if I'm management and I'm making $100,000 a year, without this resolution, I would have increased by 1.75% in 2021. This resolution tells me I will not get that 1.75% increase, so I'm still at 100,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What happens in 2022? Do I get my 2%?
Assuming council supports that at that time, there's the opportunity to consider that if the city manager and city council supports that.
No, but this resolution specifically will, for 2021, I'm staying at 100,000. For 2022, if nothing changes, I will be at 100,000, but I get my 2% increase.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. I think it should be noted, and maybe I'll ask it in the form of a question. Mr. City Manager, our management team, a non-union, didn't get any wage increase last year either, did they?
No, they did not.
And when was the last time there was a wage or an increase for the cost of living?
There was a wage adjustment for cost of living in 2019 of 1%.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Pixon. Thank you, Mr. Manager. So far, city management's already been 1 year into this in regards to a wage freeze of 0%. Am I clear on that?
Yes.
And if this passes, this would be year 2.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Just a question to A85 where it says 2022 and it has a number in there. Is that because of the decrease or the holding at 0 for 2021 shows the savings in 2022, as we had already shown that this is for 2021 only and that it would be looked at again in 2022. That column, what does that indicate, the 1.699 million, or does this go away after this OBR is dealt with?
Councillor Higgin, there was a revised sheet that included the amount being flatlined in 2022 as part of the revised package. So the total should be the same for both years.
Okay, I don't have that adjusted sheet. Thank you very much.
No more questions. I will give you a couple minutes to think up more questions. I will not entertain any questions during debate this time. Acting Mayor Higgin, would you like to open the debate?
I'll stay for closing.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Actually, I'm going to bring forward an amendment because you said there couldn't be questions or debate right now. I'd like to have this combined with A85 and do it for 2021 and 2022 so that both years are in there so that we have an understanding of what we're holding.
Thank you. There's a second for that amendment.
I'll second that.
Councillor Morrow, thank you. Questions? No questions? Debate?
Nope. Carlson had his hand up. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just want to, I appreciate where Councillor Crowson is going. but I thought I heard the city manager say that doing that may cause compression issues. Was that part of the issue?
Well, actually in A85, it did say that there was a need to maintain a differential, and there were some exceptions that they had to maintain that differential, and they did not include the savings in this calculation.
We would do the same thing in 2022. There may be some exceptions needed to maintain that differential, and if there were, then we would take action.
And that is still okay with this amendment?
Yes, we'd take the same approach for 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. Question I have is, do we have at our disposal right now the top wage for non-management and what the lowest wage for management is, so we know what that current compression amount is? I think that would be important for council to know what the difference currently is between the highest union paid and the lowest non-union.
Right, but if they're not in the same work unit, it doesn't matter, does it?
We just heard that it does, yes. There's a compression issue.
It would vary by business unit and collective agreement across the corporation, and we can provide council with an overview of that if you wish. But as indicated in A85, we could manage those compression issues for 2021 and 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Carlson?
Sorry, my hand was up for my other question.
All right. Debate? Councillor Higgin, or Acting Mayor Higgin. Do you want to
I'll
start?
stay for closing.
Thank you. Debate? Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you to administration for bringing this forward originally as A85, following the proper procedure and actually bringing it forward to us. I appreciate that this, of course, isn't easy. Staff is taking 0% for 2 years, but again, it is showing an amazing understanding to what is happening in our community, and I will be supporting this.
Question's been called. Any opposed? There are none. That amendment passes unanimously. So going back to the original motion, that a 0% wage increase for management non-union staff for 2022. Going back to the main motion, questions? We've already done questions. Further debate? I see no one for debate. Acting Mayor Hagan, if you'll close.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think any of the debate would have been in the questions, and I thank everybody for looking at this. Is extremely important. Again, I did look at different options of, as was indicated earlier, a higher percentages, but with the compression issues, that is why we came to the 0%, which is still a reduction, and I appreciate the comments that came throughout questions, and I will call for the vote.
I call the question. Is there any opposed? There being none, that passes unanimously. Go on to A145, reducing council's training budget by 50%. Councillor Higgins OBR from November the 16th. $50 reduction to the mayor and council travel budget in 2021 with a projected savings of $56,000. Do I have a second?
Ryan will second.
Ryan will second. Questions? There are no questions. Acting Mayor Hagan, would you like to open debate?
I'll just open it up if there's any debate, save for closing.
Thank you. I see no one for debate. Acting Mayor Hagan, would you like
Sorry.
to close? Oh,
Deputy
Councilor
Mayor.
Kaufman?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, and I'll phrase my debate in the form of a question. Don't you agree? So understanding the reduction, understanding the current situation, none of us are traveling, or we're not traveling. The mayor occasionally makes a commando trip to Edmonton to meet with people. There is a policy around that, and maybe members of council just need to, around this, and maybe members of council need to be cognizant of the fact that we may have to amend the policy. Part of, it's probably not going to happen for this council, but maybe for the next one, if this is going into 2022, part of the strategic consideration has been to become more involved in organizations like AUMA, re-involved in FCM, more advocacy and things of that nature. So we may want to consider, if we're supporting this, then to take the next step as well and actually amend the policy to perhaps pool the money and then base it on strategic initiatives or strategic priorities of City Council. So I'll support through my debate, I'll definitely support this motion, but Council may want to, or members of Finance Committee, when they sit as Council, may want to look at the policy, and maybe the approach in the future would be to pool the resources and look at applying them strategically as opposed to individual requirement or interest.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. As we all, I think we all know that there's a pandemic going on here and there's not a lot of travel. So I think those funds would be better used to, with either reduce of taxation is what we're looking at right now. And as minor as it may be, so showing that leadership. And I think that's extremely important because a lot of the small amounts equal larger amounts. And so for that reason, I ask for council support.
Question's been called. Are there any opposed? There are none. That passes unanimously.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes?
Thanks. Just a question on process going forward.
Yep.
Are we taking a break anytime soon? Otherwise, I just need to run for a couple seconds.
Certainly, we can take a break right now till 2:30.
Thank you.
In recess till 2:30.
getting into the reduction.
All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. My apologies for the delay. There was a media member that needed an interview that they had to leave. So now we're getting into our reduction initiatives from administration. And if we look at our item 9, which is A27 to A29, it's one-time funding in the green sheets. Oops, excuse me. So 827 to 829 are mitigate, 27, my apologies. First one, 827, is the municipal census. 828 is mitigating the feral cat problem. 828 is non-veterinary funding for animal rescues. Municipal census, we're not doing a census. City Clerk, do you want to speak to this one? No? We're not.
Not unless there's any questions.
Are there any questions about 827 before we have a resolution? So I'll move the resolution that the Finance Committee recommends the City Council to not spend money on a municipal census for a saving of $158,600. Seconded by Mayor Spearman. Questions? Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just wondered, what is the implication for the city on not having a census? How significant is this, or insignificant is it if we cancel this?
Short story is that the provincial government decided they don't need a municipal census for municipalities, that they would come up with a population formula for areas and municipalities. And the other reason that there's a federal census due in 2021 that would coincide with the municipal census. So it was thought that to just not spend this money on a census.
Okay, so no real impact for us, really. I mean, other than saving money. Great, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
There is a huge data impact and a huge impact on funds available for funding. So there are consequences to not doing it. However, that's a provincial policy. I note at the bottom of the sheet under proposed implementation strategy, it does identify that it's proposed to conduct a census in 2022. Are we moving this figure simply to the right, or are we removing this funding and the clerk's office will seek funding for the 2022 census at a later date?
Councillor Kaufman, so I think the original resolution suggested that we conduct a census in 2021 and cancel the census in 2022. However, given COVID and the challenges of that, we're suggesting that we recommend that we don't do one in 2021, but we conduct a census in 2022, which is why it's just a one-time reduction proposed in this initiative.
Thank you. Yes, I see that in the document. I'm just asking, my page 827 shows only $1 amount under 2021. I show 0 in 2022. My question then is, if we're planning on doing a census in 2022, or that's the desire, is that funding built in and there's no need for additional, or why is my column 0?
The column is 0 because this isn't a reduction to taxation. This is a reduction on a one-time basis to the MRSR as savings in 2021 when we don't proceed to do the census, and then we go back to status quo in 2022 to do the census, to then revisit it going forward, depending on what the information is from the province's census, as well as internal need in terms of even though the province provides the information, is it relevant to what, we need for planning and different things like that. So this was just an interim proposal to reduce the costs on a one-time basis until we know more information from the province.
Okay, thank you. So for clarification, first of all, if I just read to my left, I would have answered the question about it being a one-time. And secondly, there will be a request coming in the future depending on additional information to deal with 2022. So is that correct?
We would not require any funding in 2022 because the census is already built into the base budget.
Excellent. Thank you. That's the clarification I needed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I thought when I saw the resolution up top, it was for A27, 28, and 29. Are we separating them out, or are we taking questions on them all?
We could do them as a group, but the three of them are different enough that I thought we should split at least A27 from the other two.
Okay, thank you. I have questions on the other two, so I'll step out of.
Thank you, Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. When could I propose an amendment?
Go ahead.
I'd like to, for A27, have 2021 and 2022 both to have them as a, to not have the census 2022. If Council of the Day decides to do it, then we could find or look at possibilities for funding from the MRSR or from another source at that time. So I'd like to add 2022 also to have that same reduction if it is 158.6.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that. I'll second that. It's Joe.
Thank you, Councillor Morrow. Questions? I actually have a question. What would be the purpose of this? Just to save money?
The same thing as the purpose of removing it from 2021, yes.
I had a question too, Deputy Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you to City Treasurer. The resolution in front of us was to not use the one-time funding from the MRSR. Pardon me. But I thought I heard you say that the census is built in to the four-year budget. So can you explain that to me? Is it always from the MRSR?
No, it's built into the base budget. Approximately $158,000 per year is currently in the base budget. There was a need for us to do a census in 2022, which is described in the initiative. And so it was just our recommendation to reduce this on a one-time basis until we get more information about how the census is conducted from the province, how often they're going to do it, because there are kind of internal needs in terms of, and Mr. Hawkins might be able to speak more to this, is just in terms of need of information and data on a more up-to-date basis than compared to the federal census or the provincial census, depending on how they structure that.
Any other questions?
So just to follow up on that then, if the census is canceled for 2022, that would be a taxation reduction, correct?
My recommendation would be that it be reduced based on the resolution, the revised resolution or amendment that's brought forward, is it would be reduced on a one-time basis in 2021 and 2022 until we have further information that we can then adjust the 2023 budget. If we do a census every 2 years, every 3 years, depending on what that looks like, every 4 years.
Further questions? No more questions? Any debate on the amendment?
My hand's up, Joe.
Oh, Councilor Morrow?
Sorry, I don't know if I got that. I'm just following up on Councillor Carlson. A27 for year 2021 shows the funding savings will come, we're actually saving this money from the MRSR. But you said that 2022 is in the base budget, which is operating budget, which equates to taxation. Why is one in MRSR and one in taxation? I don't know if you answered that. If you did, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Councillor Morrow, my recommendation is that it be the savings. So if council did nothing, in 2021, the city clerks would show 150, assuming everything else was equal, $158,600 surplus in their budget in 2021 if the census is not completed. So our recommendation is that we transfer that savings to the MRSR on a one-time basis.
Okay. Understood. But for 2022, so I see. So why would we usually do census every year? Do we not?
That is correct. So recently the province changed the so in the past we've done the census on an annual basis, and it typically provides us with a benefit of approximately $200 per additional person counted in the census. And so so there's always been a financial benefit for us to do an annual census. Given some of the uncertainty with the changes in the province saying they're no longer going to count municipal census as a means to calculate grants, we're proposing that we don't do one in 2021 to just kind of until we get additional information about what that means. There are other reasons why we do a census, not just for the grant funding.
And I understand that. I guess maybe just to save time here, my point is, if we historically have done census every year, it is in the base budget, which I'm assuming has always been tax funded, not MRSR funded. But yet 2021, if this passes, we won't be doing a census. We're saving $158,600, which is a surplus to the clerk's budget, which is going to go to the MRSR. Why wouldn't it reflect to that moving target that we talked about yesterday, which is that's it, which is taxes?
So the reason for that, the recommendation, the way it's structured here is if we take it out of tax and decide in 2023 to start doing an annual census again or some variation, that will cause a pressure. So that's why the recommendation was to put the surplus in the MRSR on a one-time basis, whether that's for 2021 and 2022, and then reassess what the need is on an ongoing basis for the census. If we take it out of tax now, it'll cause a pressure later.
So what you're suggesting then is that we're technically not taking it out. We are moving it from tax, from a tax line somewhere in our operating budget to the MRSR, so that the future council, if they choose to go ahead again with annual census, it will already be in the base budget taxes of year 2023 moving forward. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Why don't we just let future council decide if they want to do a census? Why don't we just remove it from our and make this a bonus to our taxes?
Yeah, Councilor Moore, you can make that amendment to this if you like. The amendment isn't for that right now. The amendment, we're voting on the amendment that the census be canceled for 2022. That's what we're talking about right now.
Well, I'm trying to understand.
Right,
Yeah,
but that's what we're talking about right now. If we pass this or don't pass it, if you wish to bring forward another amendment to look at a different way to allocate the savings, then by all means, please do that. but we have to stay on course. This is what
Thank
we're
you.
talking about.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, and it actually is now the time to change an amendment, because prior to Councillor Morrow speaking, I know that it was 158.6 savings. That was taxation before, but was switched to MRSR, and if I'm putting 2022 in there, and there's a future budget for the council of the day to decide, I would like to have my amendment changed. Now, can I do that now, or do we have to vote on this and then I do another amendment? Because since it's my amendment, I should be able to change it, correct? I would just like it to be off of taxation 2021 and 2022 and not have the MRSR credited for that.
Since we haven't actually made a decision on this amendment, and it's your amendment.
And I'm just changing my amendment, though. Can I not do that?
What would
It's
you
my
like
own.
it to say?
To have the 158.6 for 2021 to be off of taxation, and 2022 will be off of taxation as well, as I indicated earlier in my previous amendment.
Isn't it off taxation when you move it into the, like we're talking about taking it out of the base and putting it into MRSR? It's not part of your operating.
I'm just saying take it out of the base. I don't want, we're just reducing it by that amount, and that is taxation. MRSR is moving it over there, does not save on our getting to zero or getting to a negative number here with our taxation.
Okay. Councillor Morrow, do you second that as well?
If he needs a seconder, I do, yes.
All right, so the amendment now reads that the census be canceled for 2022 with the $158,600 off of taxation for both 2021 and 2022. Questions? There are no questions. Debate. There is no debate. To vote on the amendment, Councillor Hagan?
Call for the vote.
Is there any opposed to this?
Yes, Councillor Coffin.
Carlson.
Kate? Roll call, please.
Roll call. Councillor Parker. Sorry, Councillor Parker?
Opposed. Oh, this is the councillor, this is the amendment?
This is the amendment.
Amendment, yes. It's to add 2022 and for 2021 and 2022 to reduce taxation and not come out of MRSR.
In favor. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin?
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman?
In favor?
Councillor Campbell?
In favor?
Councillor Carlson?
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman?
Opposed?
Councillor Croson?
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow?
Favor?
That carries 5-4. The amendment.
Okay, the amendment passes. Go back to the main motion. That Finance Committee recommend Council amend the 2019-2020 operating budget by adopting the following reduction initiative: the A27 municipal census be canceled for 2022 with $158,600 off of taxation for both 2021 and 2022. Questions? I see no questions. Debate? Oh, sorry, Councillor Croson?
Sorry, I did have one question. If we take it off in 2021 and 2022, is it back in 2023, or is this now gone from the operating budget?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, through to Councillor Croson, this will now be out of the budget completely.
Okay, hopefully the next council would know that. Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, I'm in for debate.
Okay, we're still on questions, because it seemed like whenever I called for debate, there's at least 2 or 3 more questions. So I'll wait.
Councillor Kaufman has a question.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You're welcome. Thank you. Just to follow up on the question asked by Councillor Croson, if the clerk's office wanted to budget for a census either in 2022 or following budget deliberations for 23 and onward, it would be a one-time ask at City Council for 2022, but they could, when they're doing their budget, put that back into the base budget. Is that correct? Sorry, that'd be to the treasurer.
Sure.
Excellent. I like that spirit and that moxie. Thank you.
More questions? No questions. Debate? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Do appreciate the work that went into the original resolution and the amendment. I was completely in favor of the original resolution because I don't think we should be doing the census at that time. However, pulling it out completely of the budget is, in my mind, a dereliction of duty. The census informs so much more than just applying to the province for some dollars in granting. Many of our organizations in town rely on the information. They rely on the folks that they serve into knowing what those trends are. But more importantly, our corporation needs this information. This information allows us to do good planning, to do strategic work, and to be long-term thinking. I'm very disappointed because I don't think we should be doing one in 2021, but pulling out the funding to do it, to inform good planning for the incoming council and our administration in 2023 just makes zero sense to me. I think it's very short-sighted, and I really don't think people are understanding the consequences of this. So I won't be supporting, unfortunately.
Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be reiterating a lot of what my colleague simply said. I think this is shooting ourselves in the foot if we take this out of our operating budget going on. I have this weird idea that cities should actually make informed decisions as they move ahead. Taking it out of 1 year and having some savings was one thing in the original motion, but to have this removed continually is going to hurt us in the long run because we will not be making smart decisions. I can see going ahead rather than basing it on facts, we'll be making ideological decisions and not actually fact-based if we don't actually have the numbers to support the decisions. And so I have a great deal of trouble now supporting this because while I like saving money, I'm a believer in science and knowledge, and I think that if we don't have this census ongoing, that there'll be an issue. So at the moment, I'm leaning to oppose, but we'll see with the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. If you look at the main reason why we did the municipal census, it was a net gain for the city of Lethbridge because our per capita grants, we got $200 per head. If you just look at, if you didn't have the census and if you just looked at the trend the last 10 years, we grow about 2% a year. So the trend is usually your friend. So we could probably use that as a good indicator over the next 5 to 6 years in deciding how our city grows. Thank you.
I won't be supporting this. I have to agree with Councillors Croson and Carlson about this. The census helps us determine where people live and the demographics of our different neighborhoods. Mr. Hawkins' group doesn't know where to put in roads and undergrounds. Developers don't know which areas to build in. We don't know where schools should go. There's so many more things that we can use the census information for in terms of planning and development for the city, that I think to get rid of the census for the next couple of years or for the foreseeable future would be a big mistake for our city. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, and I appreciate all those comments. Now, what I go on is that we're not getting rid of the census. This is a council's decision for the next council. If it's a couple years, there's not, in my opinion, enough change if we're growing at 1.5 to 2% a year that is going to be so detrimental to the city and the world's going to fall apart. And I don't get it. So 2 years is not going to create a huge concern, in my opinion. But then again, I look at data over the past 10 years and what our growth has been. So I think that is still scientifically proven, or that the data is there. So for that reason, I will support this.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. With all due respect to some of my colleagues and some of the comments, such as a dereliction of duty and short-sighted, like, really, you guys are making a mountain out of a molehill here. All this is doing is taking our census for the next 2 years. We're taking it out of the base budget. When the city clerk, whoever that will be, whenever there's a census that's required, if things change, because according to what I'm hearing, with COVID, we're going to be in this for another year at least, if not longer. Take it out of the base budget. We don't need it. It's not in there. We're hiding it if we leave it in there. Right now, the way it is, we're removing it. We don't need it for obvious reasons, many reasons. And so this is what we're doing. We're taking it out. The next council, if they want to do a census, if there's a need for a census, can choose to put it in at their will whenever they want. So I kind of take a little bit of I'm a little bit offended when it's like it's a dereliction of duty. And I'm amazed that most of you seem to have a crystal ball and know what the future is going to bring. We may not need a census for 5 years. So why have money in a base budget for something that we don't know today that we will need? Put it in when it's needed. I will definitely support this.
There's no more debate. I will call the question by roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
The main motion as amended. Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor?
That's lost 5-4.
Question, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, question, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to perhaps the city treasurer. That motion has failed. We're not doing a census. Does the money just go into the MRSR?
Nope.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Carlson. Given that this motion was not passed, it would, assuming council didn't want to put forward some sort of resolution, this would just fall out of as a surplus in the city clerk's budget.
So that
Wonder-
meaning it,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Just going to say, I wonder if it's possible for council to reconsider that original resolution, given the target that's trying to be achieved, of just looking at not doing the census in 2021.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I'll make a motion to reconsider the original motion.
Have a seconder? Mayor Spearman? This is just no amendments, just reconsidering no amendments. Right? It's a Yeah. So this will be a new motion for 2021 only and a reconsideration, but it will be a new motion. And it will be because we've already amended.
Point of order.
No, because we've already amended.
Mayor,
We've already amended
do
the
you
one
need
motion.
2/3 vote for this to bring back again?
Well, we've already amended the.
It's been voted on.
No, we voted on for 21 and 22, because the amendment passed for 21 and 22.
The amendment passed, but the main motion.
Yeah, the amendment passed, but the main motion failed.
Motion failed, so nothing was carried at all. So it's like it was before, so it looks like I'm still doing the 2021 census.
Right.
In essence, really nothing was passed. So we're back to where we were.
So in order for us to get that reduction onto the table, we need to do a reconsideration of the original motion, which is what Councillor Carlson is bringing forward right now. That Finance Committee recommend the council amend the 2019-2022 operating budget by adopting the following initiative. A27 municipal census to not have the sense, I can't even remember the wording now. To not fund the municipal census for 2021 only, and to move the money to the, would you just want, and leave it to move the money to the MRS or as a one-time allocation. That was the original. The reconsideration was asked for by the city manager because rather than just leave that money sitting there, if it can be included as part of our reduction initiatives, then we might as well do that instead of just defeating it and then moving on. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With the actual motions we're making, would it be easier if we just said that that A27 be approved unless there's changes to it?
Well, it certainly would be, but we had people asking for amendments, so.
Gotcha. Never mind. Folks, I hope we will reconsider this. We know that council does not wish to proceed with a 2021 census, rather than just leave the money sitting to languish in the city clerk's budget. Following this move will help us achieve some of our goals and targets. So I'd ask for your support.
Right. Questions?
Point of order, Deputy Mayor, it's Joe.
Councilor Morrow?
Okay, so we had a resolution initially, 827. It was amended and it carried.
Yes.
Then the amended resolution was brought forward and it was defeated.
Yes.
So we've dealt with this.
We actually haven't, because this is the original. The one that we voted on included 2 years and dropping that dollars right out of the budget. What we're looking at, the reconsideration that we're looking at is the original motion, so that we can actually deal with the $158,000.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is, we all, whether you voted yes or no to the amendment or to the original resolution as amended, we all knew the gist of this resolution and the fallout. I hate to say, we followed process. So we're stuck with what we got.
Right, so we have a motion and we have a second. We have a motion and we have a seconder. Do you have a question? Councilor Moore, do you have a question? We're in question.
I'm trying to get, what I guess I'm trying to do then, Mr. Chair, is I'm challenging the process, and I'd like somebody to tell me that I'm wrong, because we followed the process. And at the end of the process, we have now a resolution that we all have to eat, which is we have $158,600 for a census in 2021. That is the end result of our amended resolution. The point I'm trying to make now is you can't go back because we can do that for every single one of these resolutions. So I suggest we leave it as is.
Council Moore,
Let
you
the
asked a
end-
question about someone to explain it to you, and the city clerk would like to explain the process.
Thank you.
Okay, just one moment.
Yeah, okay. So there was an amendment to the main motion. The amendment did carry, but the main motion as amended didn't carry. So we're back to where we were. We did agree in the beginning that reconsiderations could happen, or we can redirect the funding of this and not have the census if we like. We can do an alternate motion or a reconsideration, because we did agree to that in the process. But that main motion was defeated. Councillor Morrow, you are correct.
So as a reduction initiative, which is what we're doing right now, is to look at, it would be great if we could get that $158,000 into the reduction side. And the only way we can do that is to bring forward the original motion, which has been brought forward by Councillor Carlson and has been seconded by Mayor Spearman. We're still on questions.
I have a question.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
So the way that it stands here, is this going the funding or the savings to MRSR, or is this taxation with the whatever amended new setup resolution?
The money would go into MRSR and not considered as part of this taxation budget.
An alternate motion.
I would like to make an amendment then
Fine.
to the current resolution.
Go ahead.
That comes from off of taxation, the saving, and not a transfer to MRSR.
Do you have a seconder for that?
I'll second that. Ryan?
Councilor Parker, thank you.
Deputy Mayor, I hate to be a pain, but you see what's going to happen here? We're going to do the exact same thing.
We're not, Councilor Morrow, because now we're just talking about 2021. Unless someone wants to do 2021 and 2022, it's not the same thing.
You're going to be getting amendments to do the same thing,
It's not the same thing.
but you can't stop a member of council from putting in an amendment.
Certainly, we can't. If you want to keep going around in circles, what we're looking for are some cost savings and some reductions. If we want to include this $158,000 in the cost savings, then something's got to give. And that was pretty much the point of the city manager when he asked us for a reconsideration.
We would reconsider our last motion, and we would put this new motion on the floor of 2021 census, and the funding be redirected to taxation, or reduce the taxation. And Councillor Hagan and Councillor Parker as sponsors.
Questions on the amendment? So that's, we don't vote on this amendment? Oh, okay. So
Question.
the amendment just goes in?
So we're reconsidering what we just did, and we're putting this new alternate main motion on the floor.
Which includes the amendment.
I have a question.
The amendment of the taxation, yes.
Councilor Carlson?
So I guess I'm wondering if this amendment passes, would it reduce the funding for a census in our budget? And crap, I closed the sheet. Hang on a second. So taxation would be reduced, and I'm doing this quickly on my head, by $79,300 a year, so that we would have enough every 2 years to do a census? Is that what is being proposed?
No, it's $158,600 for 2021.
I'm really struggling on how that's going to work, and maybe Ms. Pinkson can help me. I feel like I'm doing a heck of a lot of work here. Maybe this money should be directed to training on understanding a budget and taxation for council. But Ms. Pinkson, can you help me?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro through to Councillor Carlson. So this is a little bit unique. It would just be a reduction to taxation for 1 year, not ongoing. That is not typically how we operate, but we'll just adjust that one time. So it'll reduce the 2021 amount and then doesn't carry on.
Does that answer your question?
It does, but would it make more sense, Ms. Pinkson, perhaps to reduce the funding allocated to a census from taxation by 50% ongoing?
Okay, look, you guys, let's just have a really frank discussion for a second. We have to come up with a number by the end of the time, or the end of this week, to get to 0% tax increase. That's a commitment we made to this community. And we're spending more time talking about $100,000 here and $50,000 there. And we need to look at the bigger picture. If we don't do the census in 2021, that $158,000 goes towards our target. If we don't do it in 2022, oh well. Let's worry about what our target is for this time period and not quibble about nickels and dimes. So we have a motion on the floor. And we're
Deputy
taking
Mayor, can I-
questions on the motion.
And not a question on process.
We're taking question on the motion right now.
Let me know what I can do on the process, thanks.
Certainly. So the motion as it stands right now is that Finance Committee recommend the council amend the 2019-2022 operating budget by adopting the following reduction initiative: A27 municipal census, 2021 census reducing taxation. And this is a reduction of $158,600. Are there any more questions on this motion? Acting Mayor Hagan, or do you still have a process question?
The process question, but I'm sure I know what the answer is going to be, but I'm going to ask it anyways. We could attack every single one of these to make sure we get to our 0%. Is that what we're planning on doing then throughout this budget deliberation? If something doesn't pass, we'll bring it back again to make sure it does?
Well, either that, or we have to figure out raising taxation or finding other funding to reach our target. The commitment to the community was 0%.
Deputy Mayor, can I withdraw my motion to reconsider and just let this sit in the city clerk's budget for the next 2 years?
Certainly.
Okay, I'd make that motion.
Okay, moving on.
Seems like a lot of.
I would.
With
I would like to
process,
bring
if you're
forward the
withdrawing a
statement.
motion that was seconded, it does have to be,
Was there a seconder for the withdrawal? Do you need a seconder?
there was a seconder.
Seconder for the withdrawal?
No, I think we should deal with it. So I will make the motion and ask for a seconder.
Councillor Kaufman, second.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Carlson has removed his name. Mayor Spearman and Councillor Kaufman are moving it now. Same thing exactly, 827. The Finance Committee recommend the council amend the 2019-2022 operating budget by adopting the following reduction initiative: A27 municipal census, 2021 reduction toward taxation for $158,600.
Mayor Cheryl, can I just add, with regards to process, the last motion we had failed. So it was like we were starting from a blank slate again. There was nothing that was passed. So that's why an alternate motion that Councillor Carlson and Mayor Spearman put ahead is acceptable. That is acceptable procedure. So it's not even really a reconsideration because it was a defeated motion. There's nothing to reconsider. So this is an alternate motion and that is acceptable. Just wanted to add that for clarity.
Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. I'm just, because it's, my brain is not working right now, but my whole point of all of the putting my hand up is to get to that number that we're looking at. So make so that I'm clear, this money here is going to help us to get to that number, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. That's what I need to know.
Yeah. More questions? Councillor Kaufman?
Yes, Councillor Kaufman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for clarification. What I'm seeing on the screen says 827, Municipal Census 2021 Census Reducing Taxation. I heard a comment, I think, from Councillor Hagan about it coming out of taxation as opposed to going to the MRSR as a one-time allocation. Is that what is happening? Or is it going to MRSR? Because that what says on the screen says is reducing taxation.
Yeah, we added in that it's reducing taxation.
Okay, so it will come off the 2021 tax.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. My question to the city treasurer, just to be clear, because I've heard it repeated several times that we're trying to hit this target of 0. If we remove any dollar amount from the MRSR, that, in my mind, does not affect the target. What affects the target is if we remove anything from taxation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan, do you have a question?
No.
Okay, there are no more questions. Move on to debate. No one on Finance Committee wants to debate. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, obviously I'm seconding this. I will sponsor this. I like the amendment that's been proposed, taking it out of taxation. It does actually go then to relief of what it is we're trying to accomplish here. Council has the ability to remove it from taxation from 2022 if the clerk's office determines that it's not something that they want to do. This is part of the challenge of the way that budgets are done, but it's not insurmountable. I think recognizing the new process that's been implemented in the province is going to create us, as was stated earlier or argued earlier, give us at least a couple of years of trying to figure out what exactly is happening. So we have some time, and I think what has been proposed is a good compromise. That's what this process is about, and I hope my colleagues support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more debate? I see none. Mayor Spearman, do you want to close?
I think it's fairly straightforward, and hopefully my colleagues will support this. Thank you.
Take a vote by roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
In favor.
Carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. That carried unanimously. Next items up are 828 and 829. I don't mind speaking to these two Administration, if you don't mind, I've been involved with this committee since its inception. It's kind of funny that these two are $10,000 each, and the huge impact and the cost effectiveness of this money is unlike anything else that we do. And I can't state that strongly enough, that we do not take this money out of the hands of these magnificent volunteers. The $10,000 a year for mitigating the feral cat problem, that committee has dealt with at least 5 colonies over the last few years, which means the care and maintenance, they developed a care and maintenance manual, they developed a way to contract with community members to look after feral cat colonies, including feeding and care. It's made a huge difference. There's an urban colony that reduced from 36 cats now, I think there's 8, and stabilized at about 7 or 8 for the last 2 years, which has made a huge difference to that neighborhood. And the cost to that was minimal, because the community members in that neighborhood banded together to help with this issue. Secondly, the non-veterinary funding for animal rescues has a huge impact for animal rescues, because all of them are operate by donations and grants. There's no base funding for any animal rescue organization in Lethbridge, and they use this money for things like dog beds, cat crates, food for animals, especially the shelter or the rescues that use fostering and use people just to look after the animals that they rescue. It's been that money again for the $10,000 a year is a huge. It's a huge bonus for the community. Mayor Spearman.
Yeah, thank you. I've been fairly polite, so I think it's my turn to be a jerk. So I'm going to suggest, I appreciate the information you've provided, but procedurally, I would like to request that each and every one of these be introduced and sponsored, so that we can then begin the discussions. So I will sponsor the motion, not because I want it to be approved, but simply procedurally to put it on the table. And I do appreciate all the information that you've provided. I will do them one at a time. A28. And just so now we can have discussions if anyone wants to speak.
Your motion will be to
eliminate the $10,000.
Eliminate $10,000 to mitigate the feral cat problem, 828. So
I'll sponsor the motion.
Everyone hear that Mayor Spearman is sponsoring 828. Questions? There are no questions.
I have a question.
Councillor Hagan.
When we look at this $10,000, is that $10,000 the complete budget? If I heard you correctly, Deputy Mayor, that is the money that's received from regulatory services. Do they not have any other funding in there? Did you say there is some donations, etc.? Or is this the whole budget they have is $10,000 for the whole year?
$10,000 for the year. Yeah.
And no other sponsors or food or anything like that?
No, that's a different funding source.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry. I should correct that. So this funding goes towards the care and maintenance of feral cat colonies that are discovered within the city of Lethbridge. So part of that could be putting shelters out that we've had made by inmates. Could be food that we provide for the neighborhood, and some of the actually businesses that we've dealt with. They don't want us to pay for the food, but they want this money to go towards the spay neutering of the animals in the colony, so the colony doesn't replicate.
And so again, no other donations are received outside of this $10,000. Can you confirm that again?
Not for this problem, unless people are providing their own food or shelters or spay neuter services for the animals. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Does the committee or our staff have any stats on cost savings that these investments generate? I know leading up to this, we were having a huge feral cat problem. Our shelter was overrun. The Humane Society was overrun. Different cat rescue organizations were overrun. We put in some of these efforts to mitigate that and keep costs down in our community.
Right.
Do we have any data on if that's working?
Well, so the one thing is it's difficult to shelter feral cats. That's part of the issue. Once you catch them, it's more effective to spay, neuter, release in place. There have been kittens that have been feral kittens that have been taken in by rescues that have been adopted out, but rarely to never for adult cats.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I see none. Debate?
I sponsored the resolution, but I won't be voting in favor. I would ask my colleagues to also oppose. Thank you.
Councillor Campbell?
I'm just pretty much going to echo what you said, Deputy Mayor, because I am on this committee, and I don't know that there's another committee that gets things done with the amount of money that they have and a dedicated group of individuals who really do make a difference in this city. The money is minimal for what they do. It's they actually are fairly remarkable. So I will definitely not be supporting this. Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin?
Your hand was up from before. That's okay. Thanks.
Okay. And if it's not obvious enough, I'm not supporting this. Would you like to close, Mayor Spearman?
I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Is there any opposed? I think we need to take a roll call on this one. There's some opposed. One second, please. Roll call, please.
Mayor Spearman.
I'm opposed.
Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
That's lost 7-2.
Thank you. Mayor Spearman, you want to sponsor
I'll sponsor A29 as well.
A29 as well? A29 is a non-veterinary funding for animal rescues, another $10,000 a year. And it is exactly what it's stated as. Questions? There are no questions. Debate?
Again, I believe this is a small amount of money that helps mitigate a serious problem in the city. I know the committee's made some great progress with help from volunteers in the community, and I believe this program should continue until we eliminate the program in our city. City of Lethbridge spends much less than other cities do on this type of programming, so I believe it's money well spent. Thank you.
Any more debate? I take it that's your close as well?
Yep, call a question.
Well, the question roll call, please.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Lost 7-2.
You're not a good batting average, Mayor Spearman.
I'm not here for batting average.
Right. Ready to move on. Blue sheets, base adjustments. And I think we'll deal with Mayor Spearman. I'll just sponsor all of these. So let's go through the water utility, water treatment plant, residuals management. I will put the resolution in that we support this adjustment A3. Questions?
Yes.
Acting Mayor Hagan?
So I'm sorry, you're going A3 through what? I'm just trying to.
6 with the exception
Yeah,
of
we're on
A5.
A3 to A26.
Okay, on A7, there's a proposed implementation strategy that says service levels could be impacted in the short term. What is the short term? When we say short term, is that a month? Is that a year? Is that 3 years? Do we know what that is?
Yeah, short term would have been the first few months. So in fact, this position became vacant in August of this year, and we moved the position, the cemeteries manager, over into the parks operations manager. At that time, we weren't sure exactly how that would work, but in the short term, there actually has been no negative impacts from that. He is maintaining some of that workload, and then we're dispersing the additional workload amongst the supervisors over at the cemetery.
So short term has already been mitigated and there is no short term. It's already being
That's correct, yes.
worked on. Thank you.
I'll remind council that we already dealt with A4 and A5. Is that correct?
I don't think we dealt with A5.
Oh, I'm sorry. We dealt with.
Sorry, we dealt with A5, Mr. Chair. A4 needs to be amended.
Thank you very much. We have dealt with A5. Okay. Any other questions?
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kaufman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I unfortunately got a bunch, so I'm just kind of scrolling through my list here to eliminate the questions that at this time and date seem pointless. So let me just try to do this in as much in order as possible. A3, just clarification about the tax increase of 37,000. Waste treatment plant residuals management.
Councillor Kaufman, so water pays a 8%.
Thank you. I remember now.
Yes.
That's the impact. Thank you. No, that's not. Skip that question. Sorry. I think A10 was the next one I had a question on. Yes, A10, optimized fleet replacement plan. Bottom paragraph, proposed implementation strategy states a revised replacement plan for 2021-2022 will be provided for approval. Has that come yet?
No, we haven't got those details for you at this particular point, so.
Okay, thank you. No, that's not a problem. A11, community lighting maintenance. We've completed the replacement program, right? We were able to complete all the changes we need to make.
The full inventory of LED replacements are complete. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm curious as to why we're not experiencing the savings that we were advised of when we implemented this program. If you look back at R1 in the 2012-2014 budget, It states that we should experience and I'm quoting here, total savings approximately $1.35 million per year after 3 years. But our power costs have actually increased according to this blue sheet. So we've got a $40,000 savings by eliminating the maintenance program, but by this sheet as well, it's indicating we're not actually experiencing the operational savings we should be.
Councillor Kaufman, during that budget deliberations, the budget was actually reduced by that $1 million. So if we hadn't reduced the budget, we would have seen surpluses of the $1 million, but because we reduced the budget and relief to taxation, we have been essentially seeing those savings.
Okay.
Like it was an actual budget reduction at that time.
Well, actually, going off the information sheets was stating that the cost of power at the time was $2.7 million. I see the cost of power is $3 million. The savings don't appear to have come off based on the way the information was provided. So that could be, again, my interpretation of the way that the information is being provided. For now, for the sake of time, I'll step out of line and come back in for the next set of questions. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for putting all these together. The one question I have is, in some cases, there are FTE that are being affected. Can you just confirm for me that all of those positions, are they positions being eliminated, or are they jobs being eliminated at this time? And that question to the city manager. Thank you.
Can you clarify what you mean between the difference between jobs and positions?
Are those positions that exist but nobody is in? That would just be a position being eliminated, or are they positions that somebody's in and that'd be a job being eliminated? So I'm just curious if these are simply positions.
It's the elimination of positions.
Okay. So there'd be no job loss of current jobs at this time if we follow all of these blue sheets.
Correct. They're vacant and we're just removing the positions.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. That I have this. Wow, that same question. So all these blue sheets, we are not losing one staff member. Is that what I heard?
That's correct. We're eliminating these positions that are not currently filled.
Okay, are we voting on these as one whole group there, Deputy Mayor?
It'd be easier for us to do that unless you want to go through each one separately.
Okay, so I guess you want us to ask questions, and I'll, if you don't mind, then can I ask some questions on a few of them?
Ask all the questions you want.
And you stop me when I've had enough, and then I'll hop back in. Thank you.
For sure, I think we all have a lot, and Mr. Weston's keeping a track of what the different initiatives are up on the screen. So go ahead.
I'm looking at A7, which is the cemetery management. Can someone explain to me what we're doing there, and are we not losing a person there?
So in August of this year, the current cemetery manager applied on another position within the city and was successful. So at that time, he vacated and went over to the parks operations manager. So since that time, we have kept that position vacant, and we've filled it, or we've ensured that the work is being completed as he is continuing as part of the job, as well as we are, I guess, a couple of supervisors over at the cemeteries are doing the remainder of the job. So there is no physical person in that position as it sits today.
Okay, and that does not affect service?
That's correct.
And that does not affect someone else getting more money to pick up the slack of that position?
So what we did was we did adjust a couple of the positions at cemeteries to add those supervisory responsibilities. So there is a little bit more money that has been provided for those responsibilities, but that's how we work through this piece.
So I'm assuming that the net of that is this 80,500,
That's correct.
or is that not the net?
That is the net savings.
Okay. A8 cemetery irrigation watering. Can you maybe explain that one to me, please?
Sure. The Mount View Cemetery and the St. Patrick Cemetery currently do not have, their irrigation systems are not metered. So there has been no charge for the irrigation in those cemeteries for some time. So we have a line item of $30,000 for watering. And so that is just been a surplus. So we're just giving that surplus back. The only thing we have to ensure is should the metering go into those cemeteries, then we could be underfunded in the future.
Okay, but that does not affect the watering and keeping the cemetery grass looking.
Not at all. The water will still be going every summer.
Okay, I'll hop out for now, Deputy Mayor. Let others. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. 815, downtown self-cleaning washroom. I understand that is obviously not being used. It's just in storage. What was the cost of this unit again? I'm just wondering if it can be sold, if we've looked at that, because was it not 70, 80, 100? What was the amount? What was the cost of this unit?
Yeah, the cost of that unit was $110,000, and it was purchased in, I believe, 2016. At that time, I think it was operational for a couple of years where it's been decommissioned and now is sitting in storage. We will look at either trying to repurpose that unit or sell it. But the options right now to repurpose it, we don't have any areas that we need it in. So we're going to monitor that and either repurpose or sell it.
Thank you. Now, A26. Or no, sorry. Right. Sorry, I skipped the page. I'll hop back out again. I lost my page. Sorry.
Okay, we'll come back. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a question, is 820, has 820 been removed from this list as that relates to bylaw 6215, corporate advertising reduction, or is this something different? Because we have only had the public hearing, we've not had second or third reading.
820. Yeah. He wants to know if it's, because we haven't done the bylaw yet.
Somebody could just, yeah, go, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Haley's going to go ahead.
Councillor Kaufman, so this assumes this reduction initiative was brought forward based on the recommendations of proposed changes to the bylaw. So it is a bit backwards in the process, but it would be our recommendation that we include this initiative if council supports it, and then on November 30th, assuming City Council is ready to kind of review or approve the budget, would address the bylaw for the advertising, proposed bylaw for the advertising first, and then potentially adjust the budget for approval depending on what those decisions are.
Thank you. We just can't have any conversation about 820 because we are between public hearing and debate on second reading. I'm looking to see if there's still a BL on my screen. Mr. Lowen is present. I don't know if we have some form of budgetary exemption, but I'm pretty sure we're not to be debating or discussing this prior to second reading.
Mr. Lowen's on the screen now.
That's correct.
That's correct, as in we shouldn't be having this discussion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll move on to my other questions, maybe while we just ponder that or mull that over.
Go ahead.
If that's okay. A14, under proposed implementation strategy, If somebody could just clarify what is meant by the statement, once the need to reduce the budget by this amount is identified, the PSCC management would identify the available budget. What's that, once the need to reduce the budget is by this amount is identified? This is a proposal to take 19,500 over 2 years out of taxation. I'm not understanding the once the need to reduce the budget is identified.
The need has been identified that this could
okay.
come out.
Okay, thank you. A15, no, A16 was on my list, yes. Reduction of annual A16, reduction in annual life cycle special maintenance budget. Removing $100,000 from taxation this year and next year. I'm assuming we're making the decision based on the assessment policy we've passed. We're obviously not going to let anything intentionally die because we don't have the money to do it. So we're just going to be not as on top of critical life cycle and special maintenance as we normally are. Is that what's going to happen here?
Yeah, it would see a life cycle reduction from $471,000 to $371,000 annually. We've looked over the next 5 years and we don't see any budget pressures that will create us any challenges. And there certainly is we have not a surplus, but we have the reserve for that is sufficient to cover anything that should come over the wall.
Excellent, thank you. 821. Sorry, 821 reduction of infrastructure. No, actually, nope, that one I've figured out on my own. Sorry, 823. First of all, if I could say, Mr. City Manager, kudos to staff. I am getting so many compliments from people that are interacting with folks in assessment and taxation. They're I hate using the word customer because they're not. They're residents, they're citizens, but the customer service being provided there is second to none. Questions are being answered, being explained. So kudos to them. I hate to take money away from them now, but that's my job. What is meant by the statement, if council approved a tax exemption program? Where is it in here? I didn't highlight it on my sheet, sorry. Yes, it's under proposed implementation strategy, the third sentence. If council were to implement a tax exemption program.
Councillor Kaufman, at the time that we were looking through doing the 5%, 10% exercise, there was just some concern voiced with tax and assessment about if there was some significant incentive programs that were approved by council as it relates to recovery within the community, that there could be some potential pressure in the future related to just managing those incentive programs through the assessment and tax department.
Thank you. So your key word there is significant. So I'm going to assume the policies that we've approved coming out of Recovery Lethbridge are not significant. That's not what's being referred to here.
So I guess there's still some uncertainty in terms of how much uptake those programs might take. And so at this point, it's manageable within the existing staff. It's just if there was to be some sort of significant uptake, it could put some future strain on the department, but we would just be, bring awareness to that at some future point if it occurs.
Okay, thank you. I'll hop out, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Spearman?
Just a quick question on A15, which is a self-cleaning washroom. We have 2 self-cleaning washrooms. One of them is on the west side. Are we having any issues with that one?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So this one could be used in another area. Should we be removing the expense for it? If we put it in another park somewhere, it could be successful?
When I spoke with facilities on that, they said at this time they don't foresee a need for one of these in the immediate future or even the near future. And they said if they did, they would certainly could try to repurpose this one, but they didn't feel there was a need at this time.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you. I just, I heard previously from one of my colleagues, person years does not mean FTEs. Am I correct in saying that?
I'm sorry, Councillor Hagan, can you repeat that? I missed what the last part of your
I-
question was.
Well, I've seen in the past here through budget, it's FTEs, and now we've got person years. Now, person years means to get rid of the position from what I've heard earlier, and not the person doing that position. Is that correct?
Oh, I think the question was about if the position was vacant or not. Is that what you mean?
So in this blue section, what we're looking through right now, there's no person losing their job. It's actually just repurpose or having somebody do more in their position with a wage increase, a slight wage increase is what we've heard. Is that correct?
So this is a restructure and also any potentially vacant positions that are within the department in the blue section.
Okay. All right. And my next question is for A20. Could I ask to have that removed? Or how would I go about doing that?
Can't deal with it because it's in the middle of we're in the middle of a bylaw discussion.
That
Councillor Kaufman brought that up. We're in between a public hearing and bylaw second reading.
But that's why I was wanting to have it removed so that it wasn't dealt with or discussed, but that would be wrong even removing it?
Perhaps the clerk could weigh in on this one, but given where that is in the process, perhaps we just let that process play out. Let that second and third reading process play out and not deal with it as part of this budget process.
Yes, I would agree with that. I would, like Ms. Pinkston had said, on the 30th, on Monday, when this bylaw comes forward, I suggest that we deal with it prior to the budget. And then we'll know whether it's in or out for sure.
But by the understanding I have, and I'm concerned with this, in approving this, I have an understanding of what it is about, and I just don't like that, because it's obviously shouldn't even be here. Because if I'm approving it, I'm approving an item that is, I've obviously looked through and did my research on, so that's why I wanted to have it removed.
So what we can do,
And that's not possible?
Yeah, so when we do a resolution, we can do approval of A3 to A26, notwithstanding A5 and A20.
Okay, thank you. And my next question, and then I'll hop out, is A26.
And then we could add it back in after the bylaw discussion, before we discuss budget.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sure, if that works, I'm concerned with it being, as mentioned earlier with one of my colleagues, that it's even in here to approve or not approve when we shouldn't even be dealing with it.
Right, understandable. So we won't deliberate on that one today.
Okay, and A26. Could you tell me, Ms. Oops, sorry, I skipped the page here. City Treasurer, A26, what is, so this is a decrease of 145,000. What is in that fund for 2021 and 2022 for corporate travel and training?
Councillor Higgins, so this is looking at all of our tax-funded departments. This is just roughly 10% of the total budget for corporate training and travel.
Okay, and the reason I asked that, and thank you for that, is with the staff we have, and many of them of what we've already heard working from home, of the travel going on, and hence the reason for the resolution earlier with council. I'd like to make an amendment here for 2021, as I could only imagine that there's going to be very minimal travel, etc. in 2021. 2022 is hopefully we're back on track and the vaccine is there, etc. But in 2021, I would like to make an amendment to the 145 to pull 30% reduction and not just the 10%.
Screen here.
So is that 4 1/4?
The 120, 145, so it'd be 1, 2, 3 times that, so 3, 4 1/4, yeah.
Do you have a seconder for the amendment for 826?
I'll second it. Joe?
Mayor Spearman? I'll second that. Questions?
Carlson here.
Go ahead, Councilor Carlson.
Thank you. I get that travel will not be happening, so I'm just trying to wrap my head around because we call it training and travel. Travel may be negligible, training may be imperative. So I'm just wondering, that leaves, gosh, don't make me do math. That leaves about 1.3 or 4 million in the budget. Oh God, I don't even know if that's right. Anyways, no, it leaves about 900, maybe $1 million in the budget. Is that sufficient for training purposes? Our staff is required to get trained on certain things, so I don't want to make it so
that's right.
We're impeding that. That's my only question. Travel, I think, is pretty common sense. We figured out how to do things online, but training is something different.
Right. City Manager, did you want to answer that?
Yeah, we're trying to track down the percentage of that budget line typically spent on training versus travel, and don't have that figure right now.
What is it?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that it, Councilor Carlson?
Yep, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
So I'll just jump in on that one too. Have you seen an increase in your staff doing online training since COVID hit? Like, are they doing more training even because they don't have to travel? And if so, are the training companies still charging almost the same amount? Anyone want to weigh in on that one?
So I would ask others to weigh in. I haven't seen or heard of an uptick in training, but I'll let others comment on that.
Mr. Dara?
I'd like to add to that. I know that obviously when we're traveling, there's hotels, there's travel budget, there's flights, etc. And that's why it's the 30% and not larger. Like I understand that we need to do training, but recognizing as I walk through City Hall currently, there is a number of individuals. We've already had this brought to us that are working from home. And so again, I didn't want to do anything with 2022 because I understand, but 2021, that's why I brought it there.
Okay, thank you. We're still in questions. I had a question. Mr. Adair?
Yeah, from a fire standpoint, I know that training is still continuing, and one of the challenges they're facing is they can't train in the traditional manner. So they're actually having to break that up into 2 or 3 training sessions, smaller groups, which adds expense for instruction and things like that. So the costs, the challenges are actually, in some cases, adding to the cost of training.
Any other members of SMT seeing that with their staff as well, that just because of COVID, the training costs actually haven't gone down, just the travel? No.
Rob?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Van Hoovel.
So I know with our talent management through HR, as well as the setup of this office, there's been an investment in a specific type of training that's been occurring in 2020 and carrying over into 2021, in which we will be getting certification to be trained trainers so that it can roll out. So that cost of that type of training is generally higher than just going to a particular course.
The initial training for the trainer is going to be a little bit more. Okay, thank you. So the question is still out there by Council Carlson, I think. Is that right, Councillor Carlson? Was your initial question actually answered?
No, I think the city manager was trying to find out some information. I know that some of our training is necessary.
Okay, let's move along till we get that. Councillor Morrow.
Sorry, my hand is up for the.
Oh, for the other
questions
thing, that's right.
pages.
Stay in the
Thank
line.
you.
Anybody else have a question for regarding 826 and the amendment?
The only other thing I might add is we're in the process of consolidating corporate training and looking across the corporation to do what I think the intent of that amendment would be, which is to make sure that we're efficient as we can be. Unfortunately, that work's still ongoing. So I would add as well, and I would echo what Mr. Van Hoovel said in terms of standing up his office and focusing on organizational performance and continuous improvement has seen a specific investment in a number of core training activities. So that has added some additional pressure, but it's really difficult to offer more meaningful info until we get a sense of how much of that spend was training versus travel. Because there certainly is, as has been said, there's no travel going on.
Yep. Any other questions?
Deputy Mayor, Councillor Kaufman.
Go ahead, Councillor Kaufman.
I am still also, like Councillor Morrow, in line for questions on the specific projects, but to this particular one, do we not, especially if I appreciate what the city manager said about pooling corporate training, so there would be a prioritization. I don't want anybody in the community to feel that we would be sending staff out on receive training on something ahead of our fire needs, correct? Like we will prioritize. So if Mr. Van Hoovel's people need to have this training so that we benefit from their training, it would take a higher priority, correct? We're prioritizing, correct?
Yeah, we do not have a corporate approach at the moment, but at present, I don't think there's a need to prioritize or make a decision in terms of it's fire and or somebody else.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's where we're at. We are spending our training money diligently, and that's what led to this 10% reduction proposal, because we think that can be incorporated. We're not going to be able to, in a timely manner, break down the information in response to Councillor Carlson's questions. It'll take a bit of time to work through and break out how much was travel or not. So yeah, I guess this is really for council to decide. The other approach to this is to leave it as is and have us report back on the results of that effort to take a corporate approach, and if possible, identify if there are any further savings. But I'll certainly leave that up to council.
Thank you. The other aspect of this as well is the fact that multi-year budgeting means that money gets moved forward or moved back, depending on your definition of forward and back. So while we have certainly saved in 2020, I'm assuming 2019 2020, I'm assuming 2019 has savings that we've moved forward and we can draw from 21 and 22 if need be as well, correct?
So we'll have to confirm, are you asking, Councillor Kaufman, if there were savings in 2019 that have been brought forward?
Sorry, it's more of the question of budgeting process, that if the proposal is to go 30% in 2021, because we do multi-year budgeting, business units have the capacity to move money forward or back depending on needs. So if we feel like we're going to be under pressure on a 30% budget reduction in 2021, we have the capacity or ability to move money over the 4 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Any further questions on the amendment? Councillor Hagan, is that amendment correct on the screen? Amend A26 to reduce 30% instead of 10% for a total amount of $435,000 for 2021 and 2022. Or was it just for 2021?
Just for 2021.
Okay, thank you. We'll take out the and. Thank you for clarifying that. Are there any further questions on this amendment? There being none, we'll go to...
Councillor Carlson, sorry, I'm trying to put my hand up.
Okay, go ahead.
Just through you to the city manager, if we do amend this, are we certain that all required and necessary training can be accomplished within the budget remaining?
I can't answer that question at the moment, Councillor Carlson.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Move on to debate of the amendment. Councillor Hagan, do you need to open?
No, I'll wait for closing.
Thank you. Debate? Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the thrust of this. Council took a bullet early, so for the biggest bullet. So I understand the desire to this, but I know that as a corporation, I am not incredibly risk averse, but I am somewhat risk averse, especially when it comes to required and mandatory training. And without the city manager being able to give me certainty that we can meet those targets with this size of a reduction, I think they probably would have considered that with the 10%. I'm sorry that I won't be able to support that at this time until I can get that certainty.
Thank you. Any more debate? I will just say that I'm glad that Councillor Kaufman clarified about our multi-year budgeting. If you look at it that way, instead of being reduced $290,000 over 2 years, it's $425,000 over 2 years. I know it's still quite a bit more, but I believe it's manageable. I'll support this. Further debate? There being none, Councillor or Acting Mayor Hagan, would you like to close?
Thank you. No, and I appreciate that, and I understand the importance of training and of course to mitigate any risk of non-trained staff that we have. Now, going back, I know in 2019, if there was savings as well with this forward-year budget, as was already mentioned, that there will also be savings in 2020, I would imagine. And worst case scenario, we need to remember this. And it's important that we have our emergency services, especially that our fire training in. And if they're short on that training, I would imagine that management would come forward, and if it was in an emergent case, we would pull from other reserves, if it's the MRSR, etc. But as far as putting it over the last 2 years and spreading it out, I truly believe that this is a savings that we could work with. I do wish I had a little more information on some of the travel, but I do understand that when I look at our councilor's budget, not that should be comparative, but I know most is hotels and flights and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm thinking this is manageable, and for that reason I brought it forward, and I will support it.
Thank you very much. Calling the question? Call the question on the amendment. Any opposed?
Carlson.
Take a roll call, please.
Okay, Councillor Carlson?
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman?
In favor?
Counselor Croson,
In favor.
Counselor Morrow,
Favor.
Counselor Parker,
Opposed?
Acting Mayor Hagan,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
Favor.
Mayor Spearman,
In favor.
Counselor Campbell.
In favor.
Carries 7-2.
That amendment now is part of A26 when we vote on the block. Next up, Councillor Morrow.
I'm assuming this is questions on the blue pages, correct, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, questions on A3 to A26?
Thank you. I know we've talked about this already, but I'm a little concerned and I still need to make sure. This 820, because we've already seen these numbers and this sheet,
Right.
are we not all,
No, we're postponing A20, Councillor Morrow.
I
And
know,
we-
what
Joe,
I'm trying,
we had all this information at the public hearing, so it's not new information.
okay, that's what my question was, is this information everything that we had at the public hearing?
Yeah.
And the answer is
Yes.
yes. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure. A10, this optimize fleet replacement. Does this mean, if I'm reading this correctly, that we're not going to be buying or leasing shiny new vehicles as often as we do? Is that what this is?
The intent of this is to make sure that in light of the current pandemic and to take a real hard look at utilization of our existing fleet and only replace and extend the replacement schedules where practical. That is the intent of this particular initiative, Councilor Morrow.
So I'm to assume that this then would reflect like pretty much our leasing budget, leasing vehicles, or is this owned vehicles as well?
This is specific to own fleet, not, but we'll be looking specifically at lease fleet as well. But that isn't part of this particular initiative.
Okay,
This is replacement of city-owned fleet.
Thank you. A21. Reduction of infrastructure services support staff. Can just maybe explain what's happening here?
This is back to earlier questions about FTEs and vacant positions. This was a vacancy that was created earlier this year as a result of a retirement. And what's being brought forward for council's consideration is that we not, in fact, fill this position going forward.
Thank you. A22. My understanding, if I read this correctly, is that we are reducing staff by one, or we are not hiring one person.
This is an unfilled position in our 311 call center that we won't be filling going forward.
Okay, and I'm a little concerned about that because my understanding is that when people call 311, and I'm assuming based on what I heard yesterday and today, or mostly yesterday, that we may be directing more calls to 311. Will our 311 staff, existing staff, be able to handle the calls and future expected more calls without this position?
We are constantly monitoring call volumes ever since March of last year when the call center was opened. And based on over a year, almost better than a year's half experience, we do have some capacity amongst the existing staff complement. So we are confident that we have some growth potential amongst the existing complement and can, in fact, eliminate one CSS position.
Thank you. Perfect. And my final one is A23. And you might have answered this already, I'm not sure, but assessment and taxation restructure. I'm not quite sure what this restructuring, maybe can just you explain that for me a little bit, please?
There was just some changes to the department that reduced the overall cost in terms of how it was restructured, and management position was redeployed at a lower rate, and various adjustments to wages were made. So it's just, as it says in the initiative, a restructure of the department with some cost savings.
Okay, so not to be rude, but in a lot of these, there's obviously some have significant savings, like this one is 230,000, you know, and many, you know, some don't have as much of a savings, but there's a significant amount of savings, and a lot of these are not attached to a position. So I don't understand, why were these in the budget in the first place? Can I just get a general feeling of why all this excess was there?
So, yeah, and I don't, I wouldn't necessarily describe it as excess, Councillor Morrow. I think what the organization did was staffed to need based on the current approach and processes in place at the time. I think this is an example of good work at reevaluating other ideas and options to staff an organization to meet need. And this is reflective of the broader workforce reduction process that will be applied across the corporation. So I think this is an example of a good piece of work.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I did step away for a moment for a parenting obligation, so I'm hoping I don't repeat any questions. I only have questions left on 24 and 25. A24 for restructuring, is this, does financial services then become its own business unit, or are we still integrating financial services with each of the other business units?
This is financial services, corporate financial services as a department, and this is some restructuring within. Also under financial services is procurement and the warehouse and stores, and so this is some restructuring based on that.
Okay, thank you. A25, Arena's restructure. Under background, there is a statement there has been a historical surplus in arena operations for the past several years. Where has this surplus been going? Is this just being transferred into the MRSR, or is it being used departmentally?
It would be part of the Rec and Culture budget. It would show as a surplus within the department, and it's just related to a budget adjustment as some estimates, uncertainty around the ATV Center.
Okay, thank you. Not to push, but to push a little bit then. It's great that they've recognized the surplus in arena operations. And I'm assuming, based on the literature that's in front of me, so I can only make an assumption based on what's in front of me, this 307,000 is predominantly, if not solely, from that historical surplus. So have there been additional 5 or 10% recommendations coming as well? They found it. They found a surplus. They found, yeah, we've been getting this money and we haven't historically needed it. That's great. Recognized it. Let's get it out of the budget. Awesome. But is this just the only part that's coming in terms of a 5 or 10% reduction? Were there further cuts?
Yeah, I'll defer to Mr. Adair to see if there are further cuts, but the exercise that was conducted was to hit that 5 and 10%. So if this was part of that 10%, they would not have gone beyond that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Actually, Councillor Kaufman asked my question. Thank you.
All right, I have a few. Starting with I'll just really quickly say the self-cleaning washroom, there may be a community organization that is developing a sports field that might be interested in taking that off your hands if you want to have that chat. If you're going to mothball it anyway, you know, they'll put it to use and it gets out of the city's inventory and operations for that one. The fire prevention overtime on A18, this is a non-union position, I take it?
No, that is a union position, but those funds have not been used for the previous number of years.
And they're okay with changing that, negotiating the overtime to time in lieu?
I think they're okay with that. No, I don't think so.
Okay, thank you. Is there any repercussions for Tourism Lethbridge for us to pull out of the Canadian Badlands? A19?
Councillor Miyashiro, that,
No?
Go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
that reduction was based on a decision by City Council to discontinue with the membership, so that was just, we were proposing to reduce the base.
Oh,
budget.
that's true. Sorry, I forgot that. Thank you. I missed that at the bottom. And that's all I had questions for. Thank you. Are there any questions about A3 through A26, irrespective of A5 and A20? What about A4's not in it either? A4's in here too. All right. So that is our, that is a resolution to accept the reductions as posed in A3 through A26, irrespective of A5 and A20. Questions from Councillor oh, do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Oh, Campbell have beat you to that.
That's okay.
Councillor Carlson, you have a question?
Just an amendment. I believe we need to amend, and I'm sorry, I'm scrolling, A4, and I think that's amended by $100,000. I believe that's what Mr. Hawkins said.
We, in order to achieve the 0% wastewater rate cap for 2021, this should show $350,000 for 2021 instead of $250,000, and $400,000 instead of $250,000 for 2022. That would ensure that we have adequate reductions to support that rate cap.
Thank you. And just a further question on that, Mr. Hawkins, what kind of reduction in the rehab will that see?
The original intent here, if you read the implementation strategy, is that based on our typical our annual sewer rehab and relining budget, this equates to about 10% fewer meters of gravity sewer rehab. That's at the 250, so it's going to bump that up by another 5 or so percent. This is a little bit riskier in terms of a base adjustment, but it would have shown up in a secondary option that we had considered regarding even a further reduction here. So it comes with some risk that we'll have different maintenance would defer because it's a deferred maintenance activity, that we'll have to have more. There'll be emergent repairs that we'll have to deal with more frequently over the next 3 or 4 years, but it is practical.
Okay, thank you. So I will make that amendment then. I just wanted to make sure we weren't putting ourselves at any risk.
Can I just have clarification? 350 instead of 250 for 2021 and 400 instead of 250 in 2022?
Nope, it'll be 2021 will read 350, 2022 will also.
I didn't hear him.
Sorry.
Can you repeat that, or Doug?
350,000 for 2021 instead of 250, so a bump of $100,000 in savings, and then and then 250 becomes 400,000 for 2022, a bump of 150.
We have a seconder for that. Mayor Spearman? Questions? No questions?
I have a question.
It's your amendment.
Yeah, but sorry, Mr. Hawkins, I didn't quite catch the need for the extra 50,000 in 2022. I thought we reduced a 5. Oh, never mind. I've just read it again, and I stand corrected. I've answered my own question, Deputy Mayor.
It's getting late, hey? There are no more questions on this amendment, or is there any debate? Councillor Higgin?
Oh.
Do you have a question?
No.
Is there any debate?
Oh.
Debate, Carlson, you have debate?
Call for the vote.
I know, but I have to ask if there's any debate first.
Oh, I have none.
I'm dying over here.
Who was the seconder? I'm sorry. Council Carlson, and who was the seconder?
Spearman.
Thank you.
Spearman. Council Carlson asked to call for the vote. Is there anyone opposed to the amendment? I see no one. That is passed unanimously. That now becomes part of this block of initiatives. We're still in questions on this block. Any other questions? I see none. Is there any debate on this entire resolution? Councillor Carlson.
Deputy Mayor, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work done on these. I know that we have tasked our administration with some pretty challenging targets, and I appreciate the work they've been doing.
Great, thank you. So I'll read it one more time on what we're voting on. Is that Finance Committee recommend that Council amend the 2019-2022 operating budget by adopting the following reduction initiatives. Base adjustments, blue sheets A3 to A26, with the exception of A5, previously dealt with, and A20, and A4 as amended, 350,000 for 2021 and 400,000 for 2022. Call the question. Is there any opposed?
Also A26 in there, unless you said that one. A26 is an amendment. And that was a change from 10% to 30% for a total of 435 for 2021. Got that in there? Okay.
Yeah, we're good?
Yep, that's an additional amendment. Okay.
Right, calling for the question, are there any opposed? I see none. Good work. So we're going to wrap it up, but I just want to make a comment today and thank you very much for your hard work. And I want to emphasize to council, we're going to go through the same process in the next few days for A30 to A49, which is goldenrod. So be prepared to address those the same way we just did the blue sheets. We're looking at A75 to A88, which is low no options, A75 to A88, which is options 1 and 2. We will need to look at the boards and commissions initiatives, and then we'll move on from there. Thank you everyone for your hard work today. I implore you to read the goldenrod ones tonight and to make sure we're prepared for discussions, as well as our A75 to A88. Let's come prepared tomorrow and work hard. We've done a great job today so far, and I appreciate everything. We'll have a updated tally for tomorrow morning. Ms. Pinkson?
We could share that tally now if council wants some additional
You
information.
just want to tell where we're at?
Based on the decisions that were made today, the 2021 tax rate is at approximately 2%.
Okay, so we only have to find 2% more.
Can we see that?
You don't believe her?
I just want to see. I just wanted to see where it was.
My understanding is it's on the screen.
Can you guys
think you just
can you
need
see that?
to click
Yeah,
on
thank
the.
you.
Okay.
Any questions?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Actually, before members of council recess for the day, Deputy Mayor, if we have proposed amendments to these, should we be circulating it to all members of council, city manager, city clerk, and city treasurer?
Yeah, I think that would be preferable. So everyone
Okay.
comes in on the same level of
Okay.
understanding.
Okay, just understanding that if we are putting forward amendments, they may or may not actually be dealt with.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I will apologize now to my colleagues for the 22 I have in queue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a good night.
Try to do them before midnight, maybe tonight. Thank you. Is there any other questions?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hagan here. There's going to be changes here and sheets that obviously a couple of them I did not have because I would imagine they were distributed and put on our desks, I would think. If I was to come down later tonight, are any of the these changes going to be available for me to pick up, or?
Yeah, so where would you like them? The city clerk said she'll put them wherever you want them to be.
Yeah, it's fine to be downstairs, just on my desk is perfect. I just wanted to make sure I can add them into my binder for tomorrow.
You own a print shop, right?
Councillor Hagan, they're also on the, updated on the agenda, the sheets were in the agenda package.
Yeah, but I'm going through this binder. You know what? If they're updated there, yes, point taken that I have a print shop, but for who knows how much longer, maybe another week with these restrictions, that could happen. But yes, I will make sure to print them off. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We now recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Good job.